Hello and welcome to my YouTube video. So in this video we will build the complete SaaS using Nuxt 3, Supabase, Stripe and OpenAI, and for the UI we will use this shared CN. Supabase for the database management, Stripe for the payment, and OpenAI for our different tools like image generation, music generation, video generation, code generation and simple chatbot. Nuxt, obviously, Nuxt 3 we will use Nuxt 3, and for UI we will use the shared CN. We will also implement this live chat using Chris. So it's the complete SaaS. So in my opinion, you will not find any such courses for Nuxt 3 on YouTube. So it took me almost 1.5 months to build this whole thing, and it's all for you guys. So let's start the demo now, and I can log in with either GitHub, Google or simple email. Let's log in with GitHub. If I currently open my, I don't have any users, so let's log in with GitHub. It's the second time, so that's why I'm automatically logged in. But if you will try that, you have to, authenticate, authorize first time. So that's not any issue. So we will also build this beautiful landing page, because if we have this, SaaS product and we don't have landing page, it's kind of not a good thing. So let's get started. We will have this dashboard. See, we will have the conversation, image generation, video generation, music and code generation. Conversation, image and code will be using OpenAI, and video and music generation will be Replicate. So we will have this counter. We have for normal user, we have 5 free, he can generate 5 free. But after he is done with the free quota, he have to pay that. So now let's test this thing. Here you can see the user details. So let's test that. Conversation, hello, test, and if I click that, this will be the loader. You just notice that here it will automatically increment. See, and we have the progress. This is the test response, and same goes for the image generation. We will use the different dimensions. So let's image a programmer in desert. So we can generate multiple quantities as well. For now, let's stick to 1 only, and if I enter that, we'll have the, I think I made the mistake in the spelling, so let's ignore that. Let's see what we will get that in the image. Yeah, see, he automatically understood that I mean with the programmer, but he shows somehow doesn't. I can even download that, and you can preview that, and you guys can download that here. So now let's close that, and we can generate this let's generate the code, and then we will generate. See, increment is increasing. So simple toggle in Vue.js. Let's wait. See, we have this response is it's the dummy code. So yes, it will work obviously, but this is the response. So now let's test the by the way, another thing, we have 3 counters. Now we have 2 free generation, so we will try one for music and one for video. But before that, if I come to the database, I have this user, and if I come to the different, we will have here in the user API limit, we will have here as well. So if I come here, see, I have the count for 3. I can manually do that, but we can test that video and music generation as well. So let's drum sound. Let's wait. Yes, we have the sound. By the way, I totally forgot to mention this music generation and video generation. Actually, it's the replicate. So different models, depending upon the strength of model, it can take up to 1 to 5 minutes. So you don't have to worry about that. You have to just wait. So I'm not showing the whole stuff. So I paused my recording. So I am not playing that as well. but because it can give me the copyright issue, but I am 100 I can guarantee you the music was playing. So now let's see, we have 5 counter. Now let's see, go with the video generation as well. And a fish while swimming in sea. Let's wait that. Uh, See, we have the fish now as well. I can play that. See, we have the fish. So it is swimming. So now we are done with our free quota. But if I come here in the in the setting page, I can manage my subscriptions. See, I can upgrade. Currently I'm on a free plan, but just for the demo purpose, let's see the if I try that now, demo. So just see that. Just see the magic. See, we have this model. Automatically it will see, you have to update that in auto use. So let's upgrade our application. And just, in order to show you this, currently we have the, API account of 5. If I come here, see, and in user subscription, I don't have any. So our, I don't have any. So that's why, now I am in the Stripe page. So now let's enter the dummy card information. So let's first wait for the complete loading. Let's enter the dummy information 4242424242. Yes. And now let's enter the the expiration 34 and 123, and I can enter my name, Hafiz. Sorry about that. So let's subscribe. Just check the magic now. See, I am in the currently on a pro plan. Our counter is gone because there is no purpose of showing that. And now I will be able to conversation, I will do more. So test now. See, yes, I can do that. And if I come here, in the database, I have this one. In the user subscription, I have the this user details. And in the API limit count, I can see multiple accounts 6, and it will increment that. One last thing, I can show you this the crisp whole stuff. And if I do the chat, let's open that crisp dashboard as well. I can open that. If I come here, it's so easy to implement this crisp as well. If I go to the dashboard, so just check the magic. See, hello, I am facing an issue. See, I have the notification here, and we will have the hello. See, the visitor. I can get give the response from here. What's the issue? So I will get the response here. What's the issue? See, so let's start the coding part. Let's come to the Nuxt.com. We can create the new project from the scratch. And here you can see I have the these are the empty folder. You can ignore this folder. I am the here, and let's paste that. And instead of my app, I can say Nuxt 3 AI Saas. Let's wait for that, and we will use the yarn. No, Yes, we are done with the project installation. So let's cd to that Nuxt 3, and yes, now let's run that your dev, and we can open that here, and it will be yes 301 localhost 301. See how it will, this is how it will look like. So if I this is the just only the welcome module. So now let's install the, as we for the UI we will use the shared cn. So now let's open that, and we can see how we can shared cn for this link. Let's complete this whole screen instead of small. So if I come to this is the website shared cn view. So this shared cn view version, so I will paste the link in the comments as well, you can check that. So now let's come to the documentation, and we have to integrate with the Nuxt. So let's come to the Nuxt section, and we are done with the this step. Let's install the Typescript, and I can come here and let's close that, and let's paste, or not npm, we'll use the yarn. So that's why yarn add -d Typescript. So let's come again here, and we can install that. Let's copy that Tailwind module, and I can done with Typescript. Now let's add this Tailwind module, and now next step will be the update this stuff. So now let's come here in the modules, let's copy that. We are done with that. Now let's come to the this one in the Nuxt 3 and Nuxt config. I have to update that, comma, and let's paste that this module. And now next step is this we have to tell the Nuxt to auto import the components for shared cn. So let's come here, and I can simply paste that. So I'm saying the components which are in the UI section, and extension for that should be the .view, and prefix, we will not any prefix there should be no prefix. So we can you can customize that. And another, we will add another line because I want to auto import all of the components. So it will be for the not for the UI but all of the components. This should be the end. Keep in mind, if we have different multiple folders, the last one should be the you can say the main. If you want to import all of the components, this should be the at the end. Not, for example, if I have the UI and if I have another folder within the components, the shared, so another one will be shared, and the last one should be the this one, the components. If you want by these components mean import all of the stuff in the components folder. So that's why we will don't have any prefix. So now let's save that, and next step is to run the CLS simple this npx shared cn. So let's start that. Yes, yes, we will use the Typescript. We are using Nuxt default slate. Yes, it will automatically create that. Yes, 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 yes. See, it added a lot of things. The components folder, the asset for the Tailwind CSS, lib, where we have some configuration, and this one. It is still installing the dependencies, this one, that's why it is giving me the error. So a lot of stuff. So now let's wait that. Yes, we have installed that. Now let's come, in order to test that is it working or not. So I can come here, in the components. Let's come to the alert, not alert. Let's install this button because we will use that. So in order to install the best thing about shared CN is it will not it's different from any other library. I can come to the this documentation, the first part, reusable components built with Radix, Vue and Tailwind CSS. The main thing is I think they didn't. Yes, what do you mean by not a component library? Normal component libraries like Beautify and Quasar, it they create when we install that, they install all of the components and we don't have access to them, but here it's different. We will install the component. For example, I need only button and calendar and card, so I will install that only, and I can customize that. I can customize whole component. So now let's come to the here, in the button I will show you how. What do you mean we can customize that? Let's copy that and let's paste. Just see the magic here, in the components we will have that. Yes, see, I have the in the components, and in the UI I have the button. So by customization, I see I can change this code, but easily I can change this easily. So now let's come in order to see that. What do you mean? I can see that I can come here in the app.vue file and I can say button, and I can simply say hello. Let's save that and let's run the project. Yarn dev. We'll have that here. Not this one. Yes, this one. It is still running. See, I have this hello. See, and by customization, if I want to we have different variants, like I can add if I come here, we have the variants, different variants in index.ts. We have different variants: default, destructive, outline, secondary and ghost and leak. I want variant should be destructive. I can come here, I can say variant should be destructive, and if I preview that, see, it is 10. But by if there is any design requirements and I want to add another variant, and I can just simply come here and I can say link to, and the text should be black, and the BG should be red 100. And if I come here again, see, and if I change the variant link to see, we have different variants. Just check that. According to that, we have text black, we have BG red, and the underline and this stuff. So that's the magic of shared CN. So now let's remove that because we will not use that. It was just for the demo purpose. And now let's the first step will be we can implement the auth using Supabase, and for that we have to come to the Nuxt base. This this I will paste that link in the comments. Auth Vue UI, Nuxt base auth UI Vue. This card I can show you, the one we have to build. I mean this one, this card, this beautiful card. So for that we will need this package. So now let's come here, you can create this beautiful, and so let's install these packages: Supabase, Supajs, Supabase Auth UI shared, Supabase these do we have to install these, not for, sorry about that, for Nuxt 3 we have to install this Nuxt.js Supabase module, Supabase Auth shared, and Nuxt.base this stuff. So now let's come here, let's copy that and let's close this one and simply paste that. Let's wait. We are done with the installation. Now let's come here. Next step will be the add this to the Nuxt modules. I can copy that, and if I come to Nuxt module, Nuxt config file, and I just have to paste that here. Let's save that. And next step is to add these to keys to the Supabase keys. For that I can come here, I can create the e.env file .env, and let's save that. And for that let's come to the Supabase. I'm being redirected, so let's create the simple user. Although I have account, I just want to show you how we can create that. Sign up, and I can enter my email. This one, and you can obviously you have to enter that. Let's enter the password. See, let's sign up. So I have to confirm that. Let me check my email. I have the the confirmation email. Let's confirm that. After the confirmation, I got this link, so I was redirected to this one. So just see the magic. See, this is the organization. This is my email account. So now let's start the project. First project name Nuxt 3 Saas. I can generate the password, strong password. Let's copy that and let's paste that here. We will need that in future, so we can for now comment that, and let's save that. You will need that in future. So just one thing here, free plan. This organization uses the new organization billing and is on the free plan. Keep in mind it should be on free plan. Accept, and let's create the project. Now see, we need these two, Supabase URL and Supabase key. So for that we can come here, and this copy, I have to copy this public. Keep in mind this NN public, this thing is also mentioned here. So this insert project URL NN API public key. For key I have get that, and let's paste that here. And next is the URL, so I can come here, this URL. If you come here, here we have the URL. It's copied, and now let's insert that. Let's paste that. So this is the URL and this is the Supabase key. Now let's come here, and next step will be create the Supabase client. So I can come here and let's copy this whole stuff, and I can create the instead of in the app.vue, let's create the basic layout and that stuff. So I can come here and I can create layouts and home.view, and here I can simply say vbase, simple basic stuff, and here I can say the slot layout, and then I can create another page, the page folder as well. I can say page, and here I can create auth.view, and this copied one I can paste that here. Let's remove that, this one as well, and use Supabase. It is the error will be gone, and I can paste that. And now the last step would be in the app.view file I can say Nuxt layout, and in that we should have the Nuxt page. What do you by mean this? We can create multiple layouts, right? And Nuxt will automatically detect which layouts you want to as for Auth, I will use the layer this home, and by default Nuxt use the default layout. As for default we will use the we don't have that now, but if we are using different layout, then we have to define that here. Define page meta, and then within that I can simply say layouts, and I can say home. So now let's save that and let's run the project. These errors will be gone, these are just dummy. The errors are gone now. So now let's save that, and the next step I was showing the next page. So according to the layout we will have the automatically it will detect the whole page automatic page if we have defined that here. So now let's come here, and if I see this one, I should be redirected back to the auth automatically. It is still loading. See, it is saying page not found, login. We are facing this issue because I can show you. If I come to the Supabase Nuxt module, not this one, Supabase Nuxt, yeah, this one, Supabase Nuxt organization. So we have to do something. I can show you how we can do that. So if I come to the get started, because if you see we are using this module, I can show you this module Nuxt.js Supabase. So we have to configure something. If I come here, if I come to the options, different options, see we can define that different options. I just want to show you one thing. See these are the default options. If we are not logged in, it will automatically detect, and it will redirect us to the login page. So we can customize that. So now let's customize that. I can simply copy that Supabase, and in the Nuxt config file I can simply, after the these components, I can say Supabase, and within the options I can copy this redirect stuff. Let's copy that, and here within that I can say redirected should be the auth, not the login, and callback, confirm, and exclude. What do you mean exclude? Exclude mean if by default all of the our page will be protected. By protected mean we will not be able to go to any page unless we are logged in. But here we can exclude some page if you want. For example, I want to exclude my home page, I want to exclude my landing page. So that's how it will work. So but we will only exclude only the home page, the landing page. So now let's save that, and instead it will restart that, and I will be redirected back to auth hopefully. See, we have this one. We have this the default view, and I can log in and I can log out and the whole stuff. So let's customize this. We can style that, and for that if I come here, this is how it will look like. So I'm using the card, so let's come here and we can install the card component. I can come here, and in the card, in order to install that, let's copy that you can ignore this. I don't know why we are having this warning. So let's install that card. Yes, we have card. And now let's come to the auth. And for that I can simply say, first of all, the width would be wool, not like this. Let's create the simple div, and in that let's some classes class width full. The minimum height should be edge screen, and flex, it should be flex, and items should be center. And after that I can say the maximum width should be maximum width should be 800 pixel, and width should be full, and mx should be the auto one, and items should be center. No point of that. And within that I can simply now use the card. If I simply use that, and here I can simply say card title. Yes, this one we have this, and I can say welcome to another div. I can create that div, not capital div, and class should be text center, and py should be 4. And if I see the welcome, if I save that and let's preview that, so this is not this one, this one. So this is how it will look like. If I scroll, this is the bottom stop. Now let's in order to preview closely things, I can simply do that, so we can preview stuff easily. And after the title, I can simply use the another component called card content, this one. And within the card component, let's cut that and we can paste that here, this one, this auth component. And if I save that, this is how it will look like. See, so this is how it will look like. So we will not use we will use the sign in with GitHub, sign in with Google, but we will not use the Azure. So in order to customize that, I can simply paste here the I can say the providers should be the array of only the GitHub. See, we have these suggestions, and we have the Google one. So we will use only those two, and Azure will be gone. See, and we can also here we can say we can show, we have show links, and another prop should be redirect. After we are logged in, it should redirect to home page, and that's it. And now let's implement this. The email and password is automatically implemented. In order, if you see that, if you want to see that, let's come here, and as you can see in the authentication, we can come here in the authentication for providers. That's this one. We have email by default enabled, so that's why we will be able to use that. We can use that, and I can simply email. I can enter my email, Hafiz, this one, and I can simply enter the password. And if I sign in, currently if you see, we don't have any users here. See, we don't have any users. But if I try to log in, sorry about that, I have to sign up. Invalid, that's why it's see invalid login credentials. Now if I do sign up, it will say confirm your email for the confirmation link. And if I confirm, if I open my email credentials, Yes, I got the email and I can confirm that. Just give me a second. Yes, I just confirmed that, and if I now if I go to the home page, it was the I'm logged in. I can show you I'm logged in. Just come here, in the we will have that user here. See, I have that user, and see, it is giving me the error page not found. Why? Because I don't have that page. I can create that. Let's create the home page. Index dot view, and I can simply say Vue.js. I can say home. If I save that, we have this one, home page. See, and in order to see, in order to confirm that either we have this one or not, I can simply implement, I can simply do some, I can show you the user details here. I can simply say const user is equal to use Supabase, not client, Supabase user, and I can show you the details of that user here. See, we have the email and the whole stuff. And next step is now how we can implement this GitHub and login. For that we have to come to the let's this open that, and let's come to the first of all let's come to the GitHub. I can let's these close this one and this one as well, because we are done with this one. Now we will implement GitHub and login. So for now let's close that, and let's close this one as well. By the way, you can customize this whole stuff, so I don't want to implement whole things here in order to explain, but it's the very beautiful documentation you can explore further. So now let's come to the GitHub part. First of all, let's come here, in the here and in the providers. Yes, in the providers, and for GitHub I can come here and let's enable that. And for that we see we need client ID, client secret. Let's copy this one as well. We will need that callback URL, and I can come here to the GitHub, and in the profile, in the this avatar, you have to come to the this setting section. Come to the settings. In the settings, scroll down and you will have the developer setting. You can come here and in the Auth apps, see I have already these three, a lot of, I can create new one, and I can say Nuxt 3 Saas AI. Yes, and in the home page I can simply in the home page I can simply let's first of all let's implement authorization callback URL, the one we copied, this one callback URL, and for the home page I can simply copy that and I can paste that in the here, and let's register this one, and we will get this client ID. Let's copy that, and let's come to the here, and I can paste that client ID, and in the client secret let's generate new, because we don't have that, and let's enter my password. Confirm. Let's copy that secret and I can paste that here, and let's save that. GitHub is enabled in order to see that, as you know, my GitHub email and this email are both are same, so it will give me the error. So first of all, let's delete that user, confirm, and I can come to the here to the auth. I can test that, sign in with GitHub. See, I can authorize that. This is what I was mentioning in the demo. Authorize that. See, now the I have the, obviously I have the same email, but in the provider I have GitHub, and if you come here and see, I will have that user here, and provider is GitHub. So now let's implement, let's close this GitHub, and now let's implement the Google login. So for now I can come here, Google Developer Console, and let's come to these providers, and we can implement this Google as well. Enable sign in with Google, and for that we need client ID, client secret, and this is for the Android, so we can ignore that, these two, client ID and client secret, and this callback URL forward. I can copy that, Google Developer Console. Basically this whole Google login and GitHub login and Supabase, I explained this whole stuff in my another video. You can check that on the top in the pop-up. So but we can create another one, create project, I can say Nuxt 3 Saas AI, no organization, and create. Let's wait. Select project. I can come here, after selecting, go to API overviews, and here I can come come to the credentials. See, in credentials I can come to the OAuth client ID, yeah, before that, yes, I think I was wrong. Before that I can configure configure consent screen. So I can come here, configure consent screens, in here OAuth. See, this is here, so it will be within the it will be the external one, create, and app name is Nuxt 3 Saas. Support email is this, the the default one. The developer email, I can close that. Developer email is same, office 786 gmail.com, and let's save and continue. Save and continue, save and continue. Yeah, that's the stuff. So now let's come to the credentials now. Create credentials, OAuth client ID, application is web application, the authorized redirects URL. This is where I have to add this one, this copied one, the one we copied. This copy that, I can add that, and let's create. See, we have client ID and client secret. Let's copy that client ID. Let's paste that here, and now let's come to the client secret. Copy that and client secret. Now let's save that. See, now Google is also enabled, and I can come here and I can simply come to the auth. Let's test that. If I come to the here, and in the users we have only one user. See, GitHub, and that's all. Now if I implement sign in with Google, and try that, because this one is already implemented. So now let's select this one. See, provider, oh yes, provider is Google. See, and email is also different. And if I come here, yes, see that, that's why it's authentication is so easy using Supabase. We have now 3 types of authentication, using GitHub, using Google, and using email and password. By the way, as we are using this API and outsourcing with this our authentication, but if you want full control, you can check my master authentication using Nuxt 3. You can check that video in the top corner. So now let's come to the next step, which will be the creating the basic layout stuff. Just like if I come here in the our demo version. By basic layout, by I mean this sidebar and this this whole structure of the basic thing. So now let's close this one, and let's open our our own this 301, not 10, 011. Let's close this this one as well, and see. So now let's come to the code part, and in here layout I can create the layout, which will be the default.view. And then now let's close this, all of this this index and app and home, this index and this env file, and I can say vbase this one, and here I can say the height should be full, class height should be full, and the position should be relative. And after that I can simply say div, and here in div we will have the sidebar. Let's format that, and after sidebar we will have the main screen, and within the main we will have the navbar, and after that we will have the the page content. So that's why I will say this slot. For page I will use this slot. So if I come to the here in the app.view, this slot content in the Nuxt layout. For example, I am in the default layout. This will be the the sidebar and the main screen, and this slot stuff will be replaced by this Nuxt page. It will automatically Nuxt will handle that. Whatever wherever we have the slot, it will replace the it will be replaced by this Nuxt page content. So slot, and after slot, and that that's the basic stuff. Sidebar, and now let's add some classes here in the sidebar. by default it will be hidden, hide will be the full, and the after mid screen it will be flex, and in also in the mid it will be width will have 72, and md it will be flex call column, and also the position will be fixed, and md insert y0, and then this end index will be 80. Here I can create that component sidebar, and here I can say the nav bar, and but before that in the main we will have some classes as well. In the main I can say md as we have 72 width, so that's why I will say pl the padding left should be 72 and the padding bottom should be 10. And in the sidebar, obviously if I save that, it will give me the error because sidebar don't exist. So now let's create this component. In the components, see this, we have this error, make sure sidebar exists. So I can come here and let's simple create that sidebar dot view vbase ts, and now let's come to the top and I can say sidebar, and now if we preview that, see we have this sidebar and this is the page content. If class text red 900, if I see that, we should have that. If I refresh, see we have that one. So now let's the sidebar and within this sidebar let's start the sidebar, and within the sidebar let's remove this dummy. We will have the margin top and bottom the space y4, and then the padding will be the 4, and it will be the flex call, and the flex one as well, and height will be the full one, and bg will be the white one, and shadow sm, and we will have the border right, not border r. So we will have that, and after that we will have the px3, and within that we will have py as well 2, and then we will have the flex 1. And within that we will have the Nuxt link, the dashboard link, Nuxt link, yes, this one, and I can say the to home page, it should redirect us to home page, and then we will have the logo here. And for logo you can come to the my code and you can copy that. For now I can just simply paste that. I will paste the link in the description, so in the public folder I can simply paste that. By the way, I downloaded this logo from here, you can check that, placeholder logo, yeah, this one, logo ipsum, yeah, logo ipsum, yeah, this one is the logo. You can download that here, and we are using this logo. You can use any of them. Let's close that, and let's come here and let's remove that. And here within the link, the position should be relative and height should be, the 8, and width is also 8, and margin arts should be 4. I can simply say image, and the source is logo.svg, and if I preview that, this is how it is looking. So let's also do the text as well. After this relative, I can simply say h1 and multi. This is the random name multi. I just it's there is no reason behind that, so you can use any of them, multi gen x. And let's do some class. Class should be text to Excel, and font should be bold. Let's save that and let's see the preview. So this is how it will look like. And by the way, Dex Nuxt link, if you see, it's not it is on a separate line, so that's why you have to add the class here as well. Class flex, it should be item, it should be center, and PL should be 3, and the margin bottom should be 14. And if I save that now, and let's preview that, this is how it will look like. So next is these links. So after this this Nuxt link, I can create another div, and class will be space y1, and then we will have here the Nuxt link, multiple link. So for that we need list of links. So for that I can come here in the app.vue, and here I can simply create another folder called Utils, and here let's create the index.ts file. Within that, let's create export const, I can say dashboard links, and it will be the array of links, array of objects. Let's create the object, and within the object we will have 4 properties. One of them is label, it's dashboard, another one is icon, another one is link, the page link, and it's the dashboard, and another one is color, what's the color. So it is, the first one is text sky 500. And for icon we will we have to install another package. It's let's come here, and I can simply this Nuxt icon. If I come to the nuxt.com, and in the modules, here we will use the Nuxt icon. Yeah, this one, Nuxt icon. And for that, if you see, I have to install that. So I can come here, yarn add dev, this one, and I can simply paste that here, this one. And next step is to add this one. So in Nuxt config, I have to paste that. Not this one, this one. So let's wait for the installation. One thing is this
this is if you want to sponsor someone, sponsor this website. This is it's so beautiful. You can use any icons, not this one. You can come here, iconify this one, this website. Please consider to sponsor this. This is so beautiful. You can find any kind of icon from here. It's so it's so beautiful. One of my favorite source on the internet. So browse icons. See, they have all of these icons, all setups icons. You can imagine any icon and they have that, and you can search that. You can filter the set of icons, and but let's ignore that, and we are done with the installation. And now let's save that, and let's continue with this one. So for icon, I can use the lucid layout dashboard. This one, see, this is using the extension. The extension, I can show you which one, in order to preview that. See, this is the icon name, Iconify Intelligence. And if you install this icon, you will be able to see this previews. So now let's continue with that. Copy, and in the dashboard here, instead of dashboard, I can replace that with the conversation, and let's copy that, and here I can paste that as well, but C should be small, and here instead of it should be lucid message scale, this one, and text should be violet 500. Violet. Let's copy that, and next is image generation, and I can simply cut that image here, and the icon will be simple image, and the text is pink 700. Let's copy that another time. Next one is the video generation, and I can simply cut that and replace with the video. See, lucid video, and the text is this text is orange 700. And next one is for the music, so let's copy that and simply music. This and it should be music. Next one is for the code generation. By the way, this text is emerald, EMERALD, emerald. And next one is code, so control D, it should be code, not coder, code. And the this text is color is green. And the last one is these settings, so control D, settings. Let's save that, and I can come here in the sidebar, and it will automatically, as that's the magic of Nuxt 3, it will automatically, we can use that. So here I can create the simple, let's come here and I can create the v for loop, and it will be route in, I can simply copy the name, dashboard links, and in the sidebar I can paste that. You can ignore that, it exists, but I can refresh that. See, although it is still giving me the error, but it's the it will be gone, but we have that route. So now let's continue with that, and just we can refresh. See, the error is gone now. So that's the sometimes this VS Code, you can say the cache can create the issue. So now let's continue with that, and for the key I can say key should be the route dot, not this route dot link, and next I can say the the two should also be route dot link. Let's remove this line, and the class should be class. We can add that text is sm. We have the group, we have text primary, then we have it with flags, then we have p3, then width is full, and then we have justify start, then we have font medium, then we have cursor is pointer, and then we have rounded, it will be rounded lg, and then the hover effect transition, and on hover it's a bg should be muted, the opacity. So but for the active, the current page, I can add the different classes. So add the bg muted class for if current route. We can get the current route by using the this composable route is equal to not route, the current route is equal to use route, this one. If current route dot path, not params, dot path is equal to route dot link, then add this class. If I save that now, and by the way, one thing is we will create that in future after that one, so I can comment here the counter free API not counter, and if I save that and if we see the preview, it's loading. Why we don't have the links? Oh, we have, see, there is the effect, but I didn't write that stuff here, so I have to do that. So within that I have to write something, so I can see that the route dot label. If I save that now, see, I have this. Now icon is missing, we can add that. Let's simply add that flags items should be center, and it should be flags 1. Here in the I can add the icon, and the name should be route dot icon, and the class should be this one. I can add h5 width for width is also 5, and the color one is route dot color. The dynamic class. This is how it is looking. Sorry, it's not the outside, it's within the inside. Now if we see that, this is how it will look like. But if you see, we don't have any padding. It is so close, so we can add the margin MR3. See, this is how it is looking for dashboard, for conversation, for image, video. So this is the hover effect. If you see, there is no one is active because we don't have the link. For that we have to create the page. So for now let's ignore that, and now let's focus on the nav bar. Nav bar is pretty simple. We will have just the simple icon, but for that we need two different components. One of them is drop down menu. This one I can install that. Let's copy that, and I can simply paste that here. This one, and also we need the avatar. So avatar, this one. So I can copy simple only avatar. So we can install both of them together. Meanwhile, I can create another component. After the sidebar, I can say nav bar, and here I can say yes, and that's Vue.js. This one, and here if we are done with the installation, this avatar and this drop down menu. So in drop down menu, where is drop down menu now? Yeah, here it is. Now let's come here. I can not this one, it's too much. So let's usage. I can simply copy that, this one, and let's come here, here, and start that sidebar. It will be, first of all, it will be flex, then it will be items will be center, and P should be 4. And after that, here we will have this mobile sidebar. It's depending, so I can, for now, I can simply wait for that mobile sidebar, and after that we have another flex, and width is full, and justify is end. If, and then we will, I can paste this drop down menu, and here in drop down menu and in drop down trigger, instead of this open, I can say as child, and in child I can simply create button, not small, the capital one, and within the button I can simply we will use the icon, and variant is outline, and I can simply create the icon, and icon is name is name will be lucid circle, lucid user circle, this one. If I save that, and if I come here, we will not see anything because in the default I don't think I mentioned the nav bar. So yes, I have to here write the nav bar as well. After that, nav bar. Let's save that and let's see the preview now. If I see that, this is how it will look like. So we can I can come here and let's fix this remaining stuff. So in drop down, now let's come to the drop down menu content, and the alignment should be is equal to end, and class should be width should be 72 and left 100 pixel. If I see now, it should not be to the end. So this is how it will look like. So now let's implement our own stuff. My account, yes, and then we have the menu separator, and after that after the separator, here I can create the div, and the width should be full and flags align. Items should be center, P should be 2 and PL is 3, and within that we will have the avatar. So avatar, but in avatar we will have two cases. Either for some users we will have the image, and for some user we will not have the image. So if image exists, we can say avatar if image, if for user we can I can come to the index.view, and let's simply copy this one, and in navbar simply paste that this user Supabase user. So I will check if user, not this one, if user metadata dot avatar URL exists. If it exists, then add that. Source should be user metadata avatar URL. But if don't exist, then add the fallback. So fallback, what will be the fallback? Avatar fallback, and here just you can add anything, but I will enter the user details. So user dot email dot char at 0 and to uppercase. Let's copy that one more time. 2 words I think look fine, and here I can say 1. So this is the avatar, and after the avatar we will have the another div, and within that I can say font should be bold, and here I can simply paste the email and full name. So user metadata dot full name. By the way, you can check all of this stuff here. See this, all of these things exist here. So that's why I know that. So we have another div where we will have the email, and I can simply copy that, and I can say not like this. Let's remove that and user dot email, not this one, email. And text is small, so not the text is small, text is SN. And if I save that, and if I see preview now, see, we have this one. See, account, the avatar and email. I think we should have the these in avatar. I can add the margin MR2. Let's save that, and if we see preview now, so this is how it will look like. Now let's add the logout button, and for that I have to copy this separate, separate, and after that I can add separator, and let's remove all of this and just simply add the here logout. So for that I can add the icon as well, not inject icon will be the class, its MR margin from right to, and height is 4, width is 4, and name is, what's the name? Hero icons, arrow, left, this one, hero icons, arrow, this is duplicated, arrow left on rectangle, arrow left, hero icons, arrow left, and this one. And another thing, the span, the text span class ML2 and logout. Let's save that and let's see preview now. This is how it will look like. Log out my account. And now let's implement the logout functionality, and for that we need another Supabase, another Supabase composable. For that, const, I can say Supabase client is equal to use Supabase client, and let's create the method const logout is equal to async, and this one I can say await Supabase client dot auth dot sign out. This one, sign out, and then after sign out, navigate to auth page, not this one, auth. So if I save that, and let's copy this one, const copy, and in the item control click, and let's save that, and let's see preview, and let's log out. If I log out, I should be redirected back to auth page. See that this is what it should not be like that. If I refresh that, see it is using the default layout. I think I made some mistake, and if I come to the auth, we should have here the define page of layout, not layouts, it's layout. If I this one, if I remove that, and if I save that now, we should not have this sidebar here. If I refresh that, see that error is gone now. Let's what's the user we have? GitHub, we have all of them. So now let's log in with GitHub. See, we have the details now. See, for GitHub, see, my avatar is different and these details are different. So we are done with the basic layout. Now let's start with the fun part, which is the this but sorry, we need these icons, this dashboard stuff as well, the list of icons. So now let's create that as well. For dashboard, let's come to the let's create the page, another page. It's dashboard dot view. But before dashboard, I think I didn't implemented the responsive navbar. So first let's create the sidebar, mobile sidebar. If you see, we don't have, I am hiding that and I don't have that. So let's we should be stick to this page. Mobile sidebar will be so easy. So for that we need this component. It's sheet, this sheet. Let's install that. Let's copy this one and let's close this one and let's paste that. You can ignore that and paste that. Let's install that and let's come here and we can simply copy that usage. So let's simple copy that one, sheet content, this one, and yes, and here I can simply paste not this one, but I have to do the Vbase, this TS one, and I can simply paste that. It's so easy. So instead of this the trigger, I will use my own button and I have to do the as child, and after that I have to use the button, and the button variant should be outline, and some classes, class MD. After MD it should be hidden. If you remember, for navbar we are hiding that before MD, and after hidden it is displayed, but the button will be opposite, hidden, and PR should be 4, and hover opacity it should be 75, and transition. And here I can add the icon, and name should be lucid bars, not this one, not bars, it's menu. And no class. Let's save that. And in the content, we don't need anything. We just we will use our existing component, which is sidebar, and some classes here in the content, simple classes. First of all, by default side is right, so that's why side should be left, and after that class, and P should be 0 and BD should be white. So that's it. If I come to the navbar, I have to add that in the navbar as well. Mobile sidebar, mobile where I created that. Oh, in the dashboard. Oh, sorry about that. I have to cut that whole stuff. I can copy that and I can create another one, mobile sidebar dot view, and I can simply paste that, and then here mobile sidebar. Let's save that and let's run the project and let's see that we should have some icon here. See, this is how it is looking now on mobile. Let's wait for complete loading. And if I am on the desktop, see, this is how it will look like. So now let's see the magic. See, this is how it will look like. Yeah, that's beautiful. Now let's close that. So now we are done with the basic layout. Now let's create this dashboard. So for that I can close this navbar, this sidebar, mobile sidebar, the auth one, the home, the index, this one, default one, and Nuxt config. So now let's come to the this dashboard, and within the dashboard we will have the pretty simple stuff. Div, and within the div we have some margin MB8, some H2 heading, explore the power of AI, and then we will have the P and chat with smartest if AI explore the power of it. This is just dummy text. So after that, after this div we will have another div, and here for now I can simply this links, we will have the these tools. So here we need the list of tools we are using. So for that let's come to the utils, and let's simply copy that, and I can simply say const tools, and here label, icon, link, and colors are same, but we need another property which is called also, by the way, we'll remove this setting because setting is not a tool. So let's save that and let's create another property, copy, and it's called BG. So basically it will be the BG color, and here it will be the sun. Instead of text it will be BG. So now let's copy that and we can paste that here, comma, here as well, here as well, here as well, and here as well. But now we have to change the color as well for each of them. This one we need, this one, for that we need this one, and for image we need pink, and for conversation we need this violet color. And now let's save that and we can use these tools here. So now let's start the loop. V for tool in tools, and key is tool dot, not this one, tool dot tool dot link, and then the on click, what should we do? We should navigate to some page. So we can navigate to this one on tool, not this one, tool dot, not this one, tool dot link. Yeah, we should navigate to that page, and then after we can add some classes here. Class, the padding should be 4, and we have border muted, the color for border, and simple border, the flags, items, center, justify between, and on hover we should have some shadow, sm, yes, this one, and we will add the transition. So transition, simple transition, and cursor should be pointer. And within div we will have another flex, and for flex the items will be center, and gap will be within the x, it will be 4. Now here we will add some bg color. So class is dynamic, class for icon basically, and I can simply say p2 w should be fit, and rounded should be md, and now the tool bg class, tool dot bg color. You will be able to see that once I refresh that. Now let's add the icon as well, and for icon the name is equal to tool dot icon, and then we have another dynamic class is height and width, height 8, width 8, and color is tool dot color. Then we have the text, and class font semi bold. Let's add the label here, tool dot label. Let's save that, and here we will have another icon after the flex, this flex item center and gap x1. After that one, within that, after this we will have another icon which is icon, and it's basically the arrow left, not left, I think right. Name is equal to lucid arrow right, yes, this one, and class will be width 5, height 5. Let's save that, and let's see the preview. Why we have this error, this kind of error? Yeah, it is. Let's see. Otherwise we will refresh that if we face the error. If I refresh that, obviously we will not get anything here because I am in the dashboard page, not. Let's click on dashboard. Yeah, I get that. It's working now. So it's just the cache error, and I can simply refresh that reload window. See, it's connected to sidebar. So now let's add some padding as well here. Class is equal to px by default should be 4, but after md px should be 20, and after lg px should be 32, and margin from top and bottom should be 4, not x. We need 4. And if I save that, this is how it will look like. And now let's style this, the heading and p as well. Here we will also add the margin space y4, and let's sum for h2. Class is equal to text 2xl, md text is text 4xl, and font is bold, text should be center. And here the text should be text muted foreground. So basically these classes, this text muted and text foreground, these are the Tailwind classes, and the shared CN classes. We have this one. You can replace with your own color. So if you shared CN, these were automatically added. So that's why we can customize that. We can add our own colors. The font should be light, and text should be SM, and MD text should be LG, and text should be center. Let's save that, and let's see now. So this is how it will look like. Now let's come to the fun part. We are done with the authentication. We are done with our basic layout. We are done. Now we will start the the power of OpenAI, the conversation, this stuff. Now let's come to the OpenAI. So openai.com. We need the API key, so that's why. So I can log in, and now if I continue with Google, I can select this account. Now let's come to the this the API, not this one here. So we will have the view API keys. Let's create new secret and name, I can say Nuxt 3 Saas AI. Create secret key. Let's copy that. Done. And now let's come to the .env file. .env file. Not this one. Sorry about that. I have to come to this one. Let's close that. And here, after this password, I can say Nuxt open AI key is equal to this one. Nuxt open AI key. Let's copy that, and now let's come to the Nuxt config as well. So here in Nuxt config I have to define that as well. After the Supabase, I can say run, not this one, run time runtime config, and here open AI key is equal to, not equal to this one, not this one. So that's it. Runtime config, keep in mind the this name OpenAI key, first letter is small, and the other one is after underscore. For example, if I have here this key 1, and then here I have key A, right? So then here what I have to do, the next one will be A. So that's how the case is. First is small OpenAI, then the next one should be the capital and continue. But Control Z, and this one as well, Control Z, yes, not OpenAI key. Let's save that, and let's save this one as well. And next step is, now let's create the server route for that. And for that, in the server I can come here and let's create a folder called API conversation and index.post.ts. API, within that we have the conversation, and then index.post.ts. Here we can import, but sorry, let's before that we have to install the package as well. We can yarn add OpenAI. Let's install that. We are done with the installation. Now let's run the project, yarn dev, and now let's start that. We can import that, import OpenAI from OpenAI, and then we can define the config config is equal to use runtime config, this composable, and we can define our OpenAI is equal to new OpenAI, and here I have to set the key. I can say API key should be config dot, see, we have this suggestion here, so that's the purpose of that. Next is that, it's awesome, export default and define event handler, this one, and here we have the async function, and we have the event, and in event we have the arrow function. And here one thing is, we have to, as we will protect this user, so but we don't have that method, so for now I can add the to do should be verify and get user. So after that here I can say we have to I will get the message from the front end. So message is equal to await read body. So basically this is how we'll read the request data and messages. And then now here we will check if OpenAI dot API key doesn't exist, then throw the error. What will be the error? Throw create error, and we will have the status code of 500 and status message will be OpenAI key not configured. But and then same will be for if message don't exist, because it's the required field. Although we will verify that on front end side as well, but it's good to verify the stuff on both sides. So if message doesn't exist, I will say instead of 500 I will say 400, and here I will say messages are required. Messages are required. And after the messages, now we'll here we'll get the we will call the response. Const response is equal to await OpenAI dot chat dot completions dot create, and then here we will say model should be GPT this turbo 3.5 turbo, and we will have the messages, these messages, and yes, that's it. We will have the response. What will be return response dot choices 0 dot message. So this will be the response. By the way, one thing maybe you can say why you didn't add the try and catch block. Nuxt is it's so awesome. It will, if we face any kind of error which we are not, although in my mind I handle all the important stuff and I catch these two these errors, in my mind we can face these error. But if for any reason we face any kind of issue, if we have try and catch block, we can do that. But by default Nuxt will handle will handle that automatically for us. So there is no need of try catch block here in server routes. So that's another one thing which I like about Nuxt. So now we have that. Now let's create the UI for that, and I can come here in the page. Let's create that the conversation page, conversation.view. Let's create that Vue.base. Save that, and here we will create three not three, we will create 2 to 3 components which are which we will use on a lot of places. First of all will be heading. Next one is loader. These are normally used component we will use on all the pages, so that's why we'll create that here. The if empty, and another one is not another there are 2 avatars, bot avatar and user avatar. So let's create these components first, and then we will move continue with this page. So first of all, let's come here in the UI, and in components I can call another folder another shared, and here I can say heading dot view. See, now I have to do another change as well. If I as you can see, I'm using another folder, so I have to come here. If I want to auto import them, I have to come here and I have to define this one thing. Let's copy that, and here I have to say shared, and so yeah, that's it. Let's save that, and let's come to the heading and Vue.base, this one. In here, first of all I have to define the interface for props, my props, interface for props is equal to, we will have the title, the type will be string, then we will have the description, string, icon should be string, icon, color, string, bg color should be string. By the way, these icon icon color and bg color are these one are optional, so we will have to define them. Define props I can pass that. And now let's this one in the div, not this one, I can say class px for lg, on lg px should be 8 and it should be flex, and items should be center, and gap x should be gap x should be 3, and mb should be margin bottom should be 3. And after that here we will have another div where we will have the dynamic class, and in dynamic class we will need these templates, and I can say p2 width should be fit, and rounded should be md, and color should be the bg color, this one. And after that we will have the icon, and icon, for that icon the name should be the icon, the props one, and class is dynamic, so we will add that. Width is 10, height is 10, and icon color is icon color. After that we have another div for the title and description. Here we will say h2 and here we will have the title, and for description we will have the p, and here we will have the description. In order to style that, I can simply copy these styles, not this one. I thought these are same, but they are not same. So simple, h2 class will be text 3xl, and font should be bold, and for description we will have the text sm, text muted foreground. Now let's save that, and let's save that, and I can preview that. I can show you that here in the conversation how we can use that. And here first of all the heading, and heading is heading, and here I have to pass some props. Title, see, it is giving me the conversation. Description should be our most advanced conversation model. I can simply paste that, and then we have the icon. Icon is basically lucid, message square. This is not message square, message. Oh, this one is, that's why it's not, yeah, message square. And then after that we have the icon color. Icon color is equal to this text violet 50. If you see, we have also defined this one in the dashboard routes and tools as well. And then we have the bg color, and bg color we have bg 510. Let's save that and let's see the preview. And in order to see the preview, I have to come to the, let's wait for that. Let's come to the this conversation. Why it's not working? Let's inspect that. Okay, so it is saying it's not allowed. So I can come to the dashboard. So instead of navigate to, I think it should be allowed, but I can replace that with router dot push. If I do that, and now if I go to the conversation, I should be in the conversation. Oops. Go back to home page, go to dashboard, go to conversation. See, this is how our heading will look like. So let's capitalize that. Another thing I noticed, in the tools we should not have the dashboard. What's the purpose of dashboard? So let's come to the tools, index utils file, this one, and let's remove that one. If I come here, it should be removed. Yeah, that's gone. So now let's close that. And after heading, let's have another div. Class should be px4, lg should be px8, and we have div. Here we will use the form. We can add the class. Class should be rounded lg, border width should be full, p should be 4, px should be 3 by default, but after mid px should be 6. Focus, when we are focus within, we should have some shadow sm, and we have, it should be grid, and we will have by default the columns are grid calls 12, and then we have the gap of 2. After that, here we will have another div for one input, and for that I can say class call span should be call span should be 12, lg on lg call span should be 10. Then we have the div, and here I can say class m0 p0. Then we have the input, type is text, and here v model will be prompt. I have to define that, and but placeholder will be how I calculate it. You can add any placeholder. I will add this one. And for classes, for the input I can add border should be 0, outline should be none, focus should be visible. On focus visible we will have the ring should be 0, and focus visible will be, ring should be transparent, and width should be full. If I save that, let's define that one. Const is equal to ref, and it should be empty. If I save that, and let's see the preview, and in the conversation, so this is how it will look like our input, and after the input, this output will have the button, this call span, and I can simply copy that. Let's paste that, and instead of that whole stuff, it will be yeah, let's remove that, and it will be button, the generate button. So by default 12, and on LG it should be 2, and here I can say generate, and by the way, it will be type will be submit, and it should be disabled when we don't have any prompt, or when we are is loading. I can define that. Const is loading is equal to ref and false. Let's save that. Yeah, let's see the preview. See, it is disabled, right? But if I write something, it is now enabled. So now let's after this tip, now let's define some states. If we have chat, if we have the different empty stuff or loading stuff. So let's create the div, and the space should be class is equal to space y4, and empty should be 4, and here we will have another div where we will have the loader, and I can add some classes here. P should be 8, rounded should be LG, and width should be full, it should be flex, items should be center, and justify also should be center, and BG should be muted. And I can show you it should be shown if we have the is loading true, but as we are not, so let's false. So by default it should be shown, so I can show you that. For that, let's create another component in the shared. I can say loader dot view. For loader we will use our own logo, so let's simple create that, and here we should have some props for loader, and it's our interface props is equal to processing. It's the optional props, optional key, so it will be boolean, either true or false, and we have to with default we will give the value the true. So, and within that I can say define props, and here we will have that, and after that this one, here I can say props, and here I can say processing, it should be true. By default the processing values is true. So now let's come here. I can say height should be full, it should be flex column, and gap y should be 4, and items should be center, justify should be center. After that I can say, for the image, class width should be 10, height should be 10, it should be relative, and it should animate spin. It should animate the loader image. And then we have the image, simple image, and I can say logo.svg. Let's save that, and after that I can say the text. It will be conditional. If we don't have processing value is false, then don't show that, otherwise show that. And I can simply multi-add our our name, the logo name, and I can simply say multi-genx is processing, and it will have some classes. I can add class is equal to text sm, text should be muted foreground, and let's save that, and let's add this loader here. Let's save that, and let's see the preview. See, this is how our loader will look like. Oh, why text is not showing? I think I have to add that. It should be when it's true. Yeah. Now if I pass that in loader, I can pass that processing equal to false, it will be hidden. Yeah, it's gone. But we will need that here, and I can also here remove this one. After loader we have the empty state. If we don't have any chat message, so let's create that component as well. And I can in the shared I can create another one, empty.png, or not png dot view. For that we need the another image. You can download in the from the link. I will just simply paste that here in the public folder. Yeah, here, paste that. This one is the image. Here we will have the simple VBase. Here I can add the class hfull, and p should be 20. It should be flex all, items should be center, and justify should be center. And here we will have another div. We will have the class relative, height should be 72, width should be 72. We will have the image. It should be empty.png. Yeah, and after this div we will add the p, and in here in p we will have the text. Class is equal to text muted foreground, then we will have text sm, then we will have text center. Here I have to define the props, so I can simply say define props, and here we will have the simple string label. It will be type of string and simple, just like that. And here I can say label. Let's save that. And within the conversation, after the this loader, we will have this empty, so I can say empty. Here I will say label is equal to no conversation started. Yeah, that's it. And let's save that and let's see the preview. Let's refresh. Why it's not showing? Yeah, here you can see that we have the image and no conversation start. So now let's next is after this empty we will have another div for the list of messages. Let's do that. And here it will have the class. It should be flex all, but it will be reverse, and it will have the gap of y of 4. And then here we will have the div of messages, and but here I have to define the message array. So in order to define that, I can say const messages is equal to ref array. So array, but it I have to define this type as well. So we can define that by in here I can create the, let's close this one. Here in the I can create another file called types.d.ts, and here I can define that. So it will be export type chat completion request message. So that's the type, and I can say role will be either user or assistant, and the content will be string. I can import that. Let's close this one, and I can import that from the types. So import chat completion request from this one and types. Let's save that, and the message type will be this one, chat completion request message. Now let's loop through that. So I will say v for is equal to message in messages, key is equal to message dot text range. It should give me the messages, and let's do the index, and key should be I. We will have the dynamic class. Dynamic class will be depending upon the role. So I will say p should be 8, width should be full, rounded should be lg, and here we will define the dynamic class. So if message dot text range, if I come to the types, so yeah, I think that's the missing, it is considering a whole string. So let's save that, and now if I come, I should get the here the if message dot role. That's very strange. Oh, that's why. Now it will be it will be array of that. Message dot role. See, if message dot role is equal to different, we will show different avatars here. So if message dot role is equal to user, right, then what should we add? We should add bg white border and border black, and but with 10 opacity. Else what should we do? We should add these classes bg slate 200, and here within that we will have two types of avatars. One of them is bot and one of them is user. So let's before that, let's create the p. So in p we will have the class should be text sm, and here I can say message dot content, and here now let's create these two avatars. In the shared I can say user avatar dot view vbase So it will be just like the in the index page. So I can simply paste this component. So I can explain that we have the avatar. We have now three cases. One case is if user avatar exists, just simply show the avatar. And why this fallback? Because sometimes Supabase can take the time to load this avatar URL. So meanwhile our image is loading, then show this email case, right? And if otherwise, if URL don't exist, then what should we show? We will check, we will see if we have the full name. If full name exists, then do this full name split into a space. For example, my name is Hafiz Javed and Hafiz is first and Javed is second. I will split them into spaces, and then I will take the first one and for example Hafiz, and I will take the caret Hafiz 0, the h1 and to uppercase, then the space, and then for the Javed the full name it's split into spaces, and then take the first one, the Javed one, and then caret 0 and then to uppercase. But If we don't have the URL, we don't have the full name, then what's the case? Show the email. And because email is the required field and it's compulsory, so that's why I take the first and second letter of the email and show that. So let's save that, and now let's create another one, which is bot avatar. It's pretty simple. Vbase, and it will be simple avatar and the image. Avatar, image, and source will be logo dot svg. Let's save that, and let's preview both of them. But obviously we will not be able to preview them because we don't have any messages. So before, let's write that here. User avatar and bot avatar, but it will be v if message.role is equal to user. Else show the bot avatar, v else. Now let's create the submit function, in order to this post request for the conversation. By the way, this is this will take some time, because we are creating the whole components from scratch. But other modules, the image, the music, and that stuff will be pretty simple, because we will have a lot of similar stuff. So now let's create that function. Submit form is equal to async. It should be async function, and I can say, first of all, is loading should be true. Then we will have const user message. The user just typed, it should be the type of chat. Completion message is request, and then here we will have the role. What should be role? Role should be user, and the content should be, what should be content? The content we typed, so it will be prompt dot value. After that, we'll have the new message array, because we need to pass the array we have to pass in this these messages. These are the array. So it's the OpenAI documentation. You can basically explore that here. After the keys, if I come here in the documentation, and here I can search that here in the chat completion API. See, chat completion API, I have to pass this list of message. In order to create that, I have to pass the object which has role, which have content. So it will give me the response of that. So that's how I have to pass the array. So what I am saying here, new messages is equal to array, and it will be the existing messages dot value, and we will add that one. By default it's empty, so that's why. So user, the above one, user message, we have that, And now let's create the post request. Const will have the data, will have the error. Here I will say await use fetch. Yes. And now let's pass the API. Yeah, see, that's the magic of, it is giving me automatically the URL suggestions. So now let's pass the method. Method is just check the magic. It will give me the suggestion. If I try to enter get, it will say this method, this API don't exist. See, so that's why I have to enter here the post. So that's the magic. So in body I have to pass the object with messages with new messages. Yeah, and that's it. Now we will check if data exists. If data dot value exists, in data we will get the response just like chat completion. Just check that. See, role content functional call is optional. So I will assign that messages dot value is equal to existing messages, not object array messages dot value, and the new one. What is this? We will have the user message as well, and then we will have the destructure that, and then we will have the new one. But we have to give the role, not like that. Here I can say role is equal to assistant, the response, and content it will be data dot value dot content as string. Now let's say, yeah, after that we will see how if we have error or not. In error I will say if error exists, what should we do? If error dot value exists, what should we do? First of all, let's console that so I can preview that. Here I can add the conversation error, so it's ordered, it's easy to debug them. Conversation error, and I will say here error dot value dot status message. But here it's the to do stuff, we will do that later, but let's that here we will if we have particular type of error, then we will open the pro model. If you remember in demo, once we are done with our free quota, we were showing the pro model. It was according to we were opening that here. So if I check error type, so we will do that later. I will explain that later. So now let's save that, and hopefully everything will work. But before that I have to this one in form I have to say, where is the form? Yeah, here on submit dot event is equal to this one. One thing is another, here I have to don't show empty if message is dot length. If it's false, if it's 0, then show that, otherwise don't show that. Hopefully everything will work fine. Let's first of all refresh that. So now let's close that, and in network, in order to preview that request. So one thing is we should add some margin here, so it should add heading, and MB6. If you see the preview now, yeah, it's now okay. So now let's see the preview. Hopefully it will work. In network, let's remove not this one, let's remove this one. Yeah, one thing is another thing which is very strange. It's something is not, yeah, it should be centered. If I add, display flex and align items, yeah, but we have the problem. It should be, flex direction should be ups. Yeah, now it's fine. So I can add these classes to, input. So in conversation and in here, let's add the class flex. It should be flex column, and for justify it should be center. Yeah, now let's, check the network call. Let's test the API. It's in the pending state. We have the loader. I think there is another issue. It should not be, the empty should not be visible. But main thing is we have the response. See, we have the, this is the my message, and here, it's the response. Sure, could you please specify which API would you like to test, and that's the stuff. Another thing is, we have another issue. This loading should be the false. So now let's fix these issues. First of all, let's come to, the conversation, and here first thing is, this empty should be when, length is 0, and also our agar if, the conversation, this loading state is false, then show that is loading. If it's false, then show that by two condition. Next thing is, this avatar is not, flexed. So I think I made the mistake here. It should be, flex. This one, it should be flex, and items should be center. And next is, in order to fix the loading state, I can say is loading to false. Let's save that, and now let's test that again. Test API. It is still showing there. Why? That error, but I have to give the gap as well. So where we have the error, if message dot length is loading, okay, is loading. Yeah, now that's okay. That was the, another, I have to, gap x3. Now let's save that. Yeah, now it's okay. Our, that both of them errors are gone. Before moving to code, so I noticed one thing, these image, video, and these are small, so let's capitalize them. So for that I can come to the sidebar, and in sidebar where we have the this link, I can say text capitalize, and if I save that, we should have that. And if I refresh, yeah, it's not text capitalize, it's simple capitalize, so that's why it was not working. So now let's move to the code part, but instead of moving to code part, I have another thing. We are on server side. If I come to the here, we are not here protecting this. This thing is remaining to do verify and get user. So in future we will need this, so I have to add this utils as well. So I can come to the in the API and in the server, and in server I will create another folder called utils, and here I will add index.ts, where I will create this util for the user. It will be pretty simple. I can say export const protect route is equal to, basically this is the name, so you can give any name. So it's event, and its type is h3 event. So I can export that from the import that h3, import h3 event from, so it's h3, so we can import that. And here I will say const user is equal to, just like for client side Supabase have that same for the server Supabase user. It's the for client we have simple Supabase user, here we have the Supabase user, server Supabase user. So I can pass the event here. So if I will check if user doesn't exist, then what should we do? We should throw the error, throw create error, and here we will say status message is unauthorized, authorized, and status code is 401. And but if user exists, what should we do? I will say event dot context dot user. Basically I am adding this event. So basically here I am in this we have access to in every route we have access to this event. So I'm just adding this user to every event, so we can access that in every request. So it's kind of middleware stuff. Normally we do this kind of stuff in the middleware, but I am doing in the util folder. So event context dot user is equal to user. Let's save that, and now yes, now I can come to the here in the to do. I can simply say let's remove that, and I will say await protect route, and I will pass the event here. I will pass that event here, and basically it will either it will return nothing, but if I see it is returning nothing, but basically it will verify our request. For here it will check if our user exists, if we are logged in or not. If it exists, it will add user to this request, this event object, and if it doesn't exist, it will throw the error. So kind of we are protecting this request. Even if user is logged in, then we will able to proceed this further. Otherwise throw an error. You should be logged in. So now let's save that, and now let's come to the code part. I can copy this whole stuff, and let's come to this another within the API. Let's create another folder called code and index.post.ts, and I can simply paste that. It's quite similar, so that's why. And in here, in the code part, I have to check the I have to tell the model, OpenAI, it is the you are the code interpreter. So const instruction is equal to, what's the role basically it will be system here, and I'm telling the system, and the text will be content, it will be you are a code generator. So I'm telling the OpenAI, you should behave as a code generator. So it's called, you are a code generator, you must answer only in markdown code snippets, use code comments for explanation. So that's how it will work. And now we will receive the same messages in the same format. We will check the OpenAI key, we will check the messages are required, and then here in the message I will simply paste like stuff like here, but here it will be not like messages because I'm directly, but here I have to pass the instruction as well. So what should I do? I will create instruction, and then I will destructure these messages from the body, and I will also pass this instruction as well. So now let's save that, and we will get the response. Obviously I have to check that on the front end side. Now let's create another page called code.view, and let's copy the stuff from the conversation. Yeah, let's copy that. Let's close these extra one, this one, this sidebar, adding board avatar, user avatar, this types one, empty, loader, we need the node. Yeah, let's close this. So let's copy this whole conversation part, and I can paste that here. And what change I have to do? I have to do the following change. First of all, instead of conversation, I will say code generation, and in description I will say generate code using descriptive text. It will be like this, and in icon it will be simple lucid code, and the text and bg color will be also be different. So let's I can paste that here. So it's these are green 700 and bg also green, but with opacity 10. So after that we will have the same the input and form stuff here as well, instead of here prompt as well, but here it will be different. This instead of simple showing the here in the instead of simple showing p as in code I mentioned, it will be in the instruction it will be code snippets. So there is particular format to show the code. So for that I have to install the package is called markdown it. So let's install that. Your add markdown, not like that, your add markdown it, and let's install that. Also let's install this the type as well, markdown types, yarn add dev and markdown, and it will be types before that, types and markdown it. For in order to show that I have to create the plugin as well. Let's create the plugin in the on top of in top plugins, and plugins it's called markdown it.ts. So here it will be simple, import md from markdown it you can see that different packages which we just installed. It's types markdown 8 and simple markdown 8. So now let's create the plugin, and here after that I have to export default define Nuxt plugin, yeah, and here we will pass the function, and within that I will say const render is equal to md, and after that I will say return. In return I will say provide, and what should we provide? We should provide md renderer is equal to renderer, yeah, not renderer, renderer, and here as well. Now let's save that and let's rerun the project. Our project is restarted now. Let's change this in the this text thing. So I can say simply here, before that I have to import this the plugin we created. Here I can say const and is equal to use Nuxt app, and here I can say md renderer, see this one, and here I can now say p, here it will say v if is equal to message dot content. If message dot content exists, then what should we do? v html is equal to md renderer dot render, and then I will pass the message dot content, and here I will remove this one, and here I have to pass why it is giving me, yeah, add a risk on, that's why. So we have different classes here, so I can add that. So these are very lengthy classes, so that's why I'm pasting that. You can also paste that from the code. So basically these are pros and pre-ever, just to these classes are just for showing different format for code. So these are typography related classes, but in order to see what this pros pre do, you can check out this this plugin. We have to install that, and you can also see the different documentation. It has pretty good explanation. So let's install this plugin. So I can simply come here and let's install that. Yarn add -d, not like this, yarn add, and let's paste that. So let's and next step is just to write that here in the tailwind.config file. So let's copy that, and I can come here in the tailwind config, and I can let's simply paste that, yeah, in the plugins, yeah, require with require. Not like that, why it's not working for me. So let's copy that now, and let's replace that with this one, yeah. Let's save that, and now let's rerun the project, and let's also save this one as well, and let's yarn project is restarted. Now let's see the preview. Let's refresh this whole stuff. Now let's come to the code part. Yeah, we have that, and let's generate the code as simple toggle in Vue.js. Okay, we have some error. Let's see that. What is this? Conversation error, internal server error. Why is that? Let's see the preview. A simple this one. Why is that? Use Supabase server. Supabase user is not defined. Why is that? Oh, I think I didn't import that. Let's see where is that error. In the utils index. Yeah, here we have that. Yes, I have to import that from the Supabase, so I didn't import that. So import from not Supabase and server. Yes, and here I can import that Supabase user. Yeah, now it's working. See, it is either user or not. So that was the mistake. Now let's save that. See, that's what I was mentioning. If there was no error in any other place, but it was error within this folder, so that's why now it is fixed. So I totally forgot to import that. So now if I see the preview and let's refresh that, let's close all of these. A simple toggle in Vue.js. Let's see the preview. It is when I made the mistake. What mistake? It should not be the conversation, it should be to the code. Yeah, let's see what the response we will get. We got somehow a response, yes, even though it was a conversation, but still it gave me the this response. But I can ignore that, and I should call I should call to this code. I have to change from conversation to in the code. And now let's save that and let's recheck that. A toggle in Vue.js. Let's see. Yeah, now it is to the code, and I can check the payload, and let's see the preview. What's the response? See, this is the response. If I close that, see, this is what I was mentioning. For simple, we have simple, and but for code we have different format, and this is using the MD renderer and the classes we added for that. See, this is how it will look like. So now let's come to we are done with the code generation, we are done with the conversation. Now let's come to the image, and for that let's create the image. I can simply copy this conversation one, and I can paste that in the image as well. Let's copy that, but before that let's create the server route for that before creating that. So let's close this one, this code one, and I can copy that one, and I can create another folder in the API called image and index.post.ts. So I will copy that and let's paste that here. So the top part will be same, and we will don't need the instruction, and then we will protect the our route, and instead of messages here we will have three things: prompt, the message, prompt, then we will have the amount, and amount value is by default 1, you know, number of image, and then we have the resolution, and resolution default value is 512. So basically, why, you know, I'm giving the default values? If, you know, these are not required on the front end side, if, you know, we are entering the default values, amount 1, number of images should be 1, and resolution should be 512 by 512. Now we will check the, you know, this one. Now we will check 3 things. For prompt, I will say this one, I say prompt is required, and we will check the, you know, this one. I will check if amount exists. I will say if amount don't exist, say amount instead of, or I should say is required, amount is required, and same for the resolution. And after that, here in response, instead of chat, what should I do? You know, let's remove that whole stuff. I will say await OpenAI dot image dot generate, and here I will pass the 3 things. First thing is prompt, second thing is n, you know, the number of images, it should be parse int, and it will be, you know, the amount, and 10. Next thing is, you know, the size, you know, the resolution. So this is how it will look like. And in response, not like that, I have to, you know, simply return response dot data. By the way, this whole documentation is, you can check that, you know, here in the, if I go to the OpenAI for image, I think I told you from where you can get the conversation and code documentation, but for image I can show you that it should be the API, and in the API, if I go to the documentation and here image generation, you can see that this stuff. But this is the previous one. Now in the, you know, in the new documentation, this stuff is not valid, you know, in the newest version of OpenAI. So that's why. So yeah, see in the API reference there, that, you know, here it's the previous one, you know, this image generation is previous one. So but if I come to the API reference, and in the image, if I come here, and here you can see this async function and image generation, I have to pass OpenAI image generate, the, you know, the prompt and different things. It will generate that according to, you know, different. You can you know, deep dive into, we can edit that as well, we can create different image variation as well, but for now we will see the basic stuff. So that's why let's come to the code part. And here, after saving that, now let's come to the front end part, and I can create another using, you know, I can copy that conversation, and I can create another called image not image dot view, and here I can paste that. But obviously I have to change a lot of things, not a lot of things, some, you know, the labels and code. So instead of conversation, we will have the image generation, and in, you know, in description I will say turn, you know, your prompt into an image. So let's copy that, and here I can say turn your prompt into image, and here it's called image, yeah, image. And text, you know, these colors are pink, so instead of, you know, violet, it will be, let's select violet and let's replace that, and instead of 500 it is 700. Now in the form submit, we will have the, you know, same, but here we will have the some different stuff regarding the instead of call span 12, instead of it will be call span 6, this one. And also we will remove this. Yeah, that's it. So call span 6, but here we need another component, which is select component for the resolution and for the amount, and for that we will use the select component. So let's install that select component from the shared cn. Let's come here. Yeah, in select, where is select component? Yeah, this one. Here I can simply install that. Let's copy that. Let's close this one, and let's close this, and I can simply install select component. Yes, and let's use that. How we can use that? I can simply copy that from here to here, and after this this one, I can say call span 12, but on LG it should be 2. Call span 2. So let's paste that, and here in select trigger I can paste the placeholder select, choose your resolution. Yeah, select your resolution, and in select content, select group, here I have to pass the different options. And as I mentioned, we have the 3 types of resolution. For that I can come to the utils. Yeah, here, and not here, sorry, in the these utils, not in the server utils, in the so why I am using this, because Nuxt will automatically import them, so that's why. Here I can create the different options, different values for resolution. Export const resolution options is equal to array, and array it will be the object, and here value should be 256 by 256, and text will be the same, 256 by 256. Now let's copy that another time, and I can simply change to that's instead of 256 I can say 512 x 512, and here 1024 by 1024, 1024 by 1024. We can create another one, which is the amount options. Simply copy paste that, and in value I will have 1, and in the text I will say 1 photo. Here 2, and here 2 photos, and here 3 and 3 photos, and same for another option, 4 photos, 4 and 4. But here instead of the resolution option it should be amount options. Amount option. Now let's come to the image. and here I can loop through that select group, and then we have the select item. Here I can loop through v for is equal to res I in resolution options. I can simply copy this one, resolution options, and here, and key should be index, and here I can say the value is, what's the value? Value is equal to res dot value, while the label, the label one is, what's the label? It will be res dot text. Now let's copy this whole another time for the amounts as well. For the amount, I can simply paste that, and here value text, and instead of this I can say amount options. Now let's save that. One thing is missing still, we didn't give the v model, so the value. So here it will be v model is equal to a resolution, and it will give the error because we don't have this variable. So let's copy this one and this one as well, and here I should say amount, and here I also have to change to this prompt. It's fine. So I can come here and let's create that. For amount it should be 1 default value, and for the resolution it should be resolution, not resolution, it should be 256 by 256, 256 cross 256. Yeah, and after that in the response we will have the different layout, so let's create that as well. But before that let's run the project, so we should avoid these errors, and I can tell you what exactly we will get the response. So now let's this one, and let's save that, and let's run the project. Yarn dev. The utils errors are gone. Now let's change the this request. Instead of let's remove this type, we don't need this, and instead of messages here it should be photos, and it will be string array, now string array, and here let's also remove that, and here let's remove this one, and here instead of conversation I should say image, and if you see the preview we will have this type of image. So it's in body I will pass not this one, I will pass prompt, and it will be prompt dot value. Next will be amount, and it will be amount dot value, and next will be resolution, and it will be resolution dot value. And if data dot value exists, and let's have the photos, we will assign that to photos. If data dot value exists, what should we do? We should do photos dot value is equal to data dot value dot map, and here we will have the image, and in image what should we do? If image dot URL exists, if image dot URL exists, then what should we do? We should return image dot URL. Instead, what should we return? Return simple string. Simply we will map through this data and dot value, because the response will be the array of if I see this is the image and it have the this image property, and this image have two properties, image dot URL and image dot base force. So we will use the base URL. So we are assigning that, and where we have this error, yeah, we will fix this. And after that it's just nothing else. We are just simply instead of conversation error, here I should say image error and error dot, yeah, that's it. One thing is here I should also change the remove the prompt as well. So I can say prompt dot value is equal to empty. Now let's fix this this stuff. So instead of messages dot length, I should say photos dot length, and here I should, instead of message, I can totally remove this whole, yeah, I can remove this whole, and I have to create the new one. So I can create another div, and I can say though the error should be gone. Now where we are first, so okay, that's, yeah, the error should go, yeah, error is now gone. So here I can say class photo, not class in photo. In here we have the rounded LG, and then we will have the overflow hidden, then we have the border, and then we have the border black 5, and then we have, yeah, that's it. And here I can simple add the v for loop photo in photos, and then we have the key, and in key I simply add the photo, and then within that div let's add some stuff. And here first will be the div for the image, and we have the class relative, and then we have the aspect ratio x not ratio, it should be square, and then in that I have the image, and source is simple the photo, because we are just adding the URL. So I will say photo, I can say image alt image, and then after that we have the link, the button to download p2, and I can create the link Nuxt link. Here the target will be blank, yeah, the target is blank, but what is the link? The 2 is equal to photo, and it should be downloadable, download, and then we have the classes, so, for button style width is full, bg slate 200, not 100, 200, then we have the flex, and it should be justify center, and then px should be 1 and py should be 2, and items should also be center. and here I should say download. Let's save that, and hopefully everything will work smoothly. So I can come here and let's refresh that. Let's see the image. Yeah, see, we have different options. I can open the network tab as well, so in order to see. Let's see, move all the stuff, and I can say, oh no, like here I can say a programmer in desert. Hopefully we will get the response. Yeah, we have the response, but one thing is missing, the download button. Why is that? Oh, I think I made the mistake here. It should be the grid, so let's add that. Another class is equal to grid calls 1, and on MD grid calls 2, and on LG grid calls 3, and on XL grid calls 4, and gap should be 4, and margin top should be 8. And here I should move that this one. Because if I see that we have download button, but because styles are messed up, so that's why it's too down. And now it will work. So now let's save that, and yeah, see, that's how it will work. But we still have issue. The image should be centered, for the image. Here I can add that flex, justify center, and items should be center as well. Yeah, now it's fine. So image is also done. We can choose the different options. We can choose the different amount. So code is done, image is done, and conversation is done. Now let's come to the the video and music. For that we need another API, which is replicate.com, and we can sign in with GitHub. Yeah, these are my previous model I was testing. So now I can explore different stuff. So here we have a different list of models, but we will use you can explore, you can generate all kinds of audio and videos by using these models. But for now, let's focus on the first of all on the audio, and then on video. For audio I can search the my model, which is before model. One thing I totally mentioned, how you can get the API tokens. So you can come to once you are logged in, you can come to the API tokens, and here this is you can create from here token name, and you can create that. I have this one, and I will just simply copy that, and in .env file we have to use that .env. Yeah, here I can say Nuxt replicate key is equal to, and let's paste that, and let's save that. Before saving that, we also have to do change in the nuxt.config file. Here, after OpenAI key, I have to say replicate key. Let's save this one, and let's save this one. And now let's search the model. So in Explore, for audio we will use the it's called Refusion. So you can obviously explore that different, but I use this one because it was more efficient and less time consuming. So I was looking for that particular which can take less time. Other model take a lot of time. So let's search Refusion. Yeah, this one. Yeah, now let's the example one. Here I have to copy one thing which is the not this one in the API. Yeah, I need this this key. So now let's instead of doing that, let's I can copy that whole stuff, not this one, sorry about that. So now let's come to here in server routes, in API, let's create another folder which is music, and in music I can say index.post.ts, and here let's close these, all of these extra, and this one as well, this one as well. Let's copy this whole stuff from here, and I can come to the music, and instead of OpenAI, we will use the replicate. So we have to install the replicate. So let's install that as well. Your add replicate. Meanwhile, I can simply, obviously it will give the error, but I can copy that because error will be gone once we are done with that. Let's remove and replace with replicate. And next thing is this thing, I can copy that, and instead of OpenAI, let's see the replicate, and instead of process.env, I should say config dot, and after that as here in the output, just like that. So before doing that, I am protecting the route, and here I will get this simple only the prompt, because we don't need anything else. And here instead of OpenAI, I should test replicate, not whole, I should say replicate dot auth, and I should say replicate key is not configured, prompt is required. Let's remove these two, and here in response, instead of calling to the OpenAI, we should let's copy this string. I can say const model is equal to paste, not this one. I don't know why it didn't copy. I can manually copy that, and I can just simply replace that here. Instead of comma, what should be, yeah, this. And in response, I can say, I can copy that one, this one, whole thing, this thing. And instead of this string, I can say model the comma, and here in input and in prompt A, and here instead of dummy string I can say prompt, our own prompt. Yeah, and in return I simply will return the response instead of data. Yeah, let's save that and everything will work. Yes, hopefully. We are checking the, we configured, we imported the replicate, then we configured the replicate, then we check protect our route, then we have the prompt, then we check the, again if these two exist, then we have the model and we are simply replicating that response. So now let's save that and I can come to the, this front end part, and let's not here, yeah, here let's create another file called music.vue. I can simply copy this conversation part and I can paste that here. Here let's replace the conversation part with music. I can say music generation, and here I can say turn your prompt into music in description, and here in the code it will be audio, and the not audio, it will be music, I think. Yeah, music. And text is basically here the emerald, it is this one, and it's 500 and 500. And then we have the form, then we have the simple span, that we have the in a placeholder I can say funky sound, not capital, funky sound, and then we have the generate, we have the prompt, we have the loader, and here instead of messages we will do the different stuff. I can this I can close that. Yeah, let's remove this whole stuff and I can add the simple. I will for the, before doing that, let's obviously we have to change this stuff. So instead of let's come to this and I can create another type here, which is export const audio response, and here it should be audio, which is string. It will be basically the URL, and next is spectrogram, and which is also string, and here I have to do the semicolon. Yeah, not const, it is type. Yeah, let's copy that and I can simply replace that with this one. Then we have the prompt. After prompt we can say here music, and it will be string array, string not array, basically simple string, the URL, and here by default it will be undefined. So after that I can I can remove this user message, and here I can say also let's remove that, and here simply say music, and in here instead of messages I can say prompt, and here as well the prompt dot value, prompt dot value, and in data let's remove this whole stuff, and here I can see if data dot value exists, what should we do? We should if data dot value exists, I can say music dot value is equal to data dot value dot audio. Although it's it's not so I can say simply here what will I get the response. So I will get the response here from this audio response. So I can paste that. We can auto define our own how so data it will be audio response or null. So if data dot value exists, assign that to this one. Now let's fix this. Let's remove these three why they are here. And now instead of empty messages, here I can say if music doesn't exist. So instead of length I can say if music does not exist, and instead of no conversation I can say no music generated. That's here. And after empty we else what should I do? Audio. And in audio here I can say if music as they exist, what should I can it should have controls, and class should be v full, and empty should be 8. And here we have the source. What should be the source? The music one, because it's the URL. And source I can say music. So now let's save that and let's run the project. Hopefully everything will work. I can come here and let's project is running. Project is rerunning now. Now let's open the music and hopefully I can say funky sound. Let's wait. I can open that in network tab as well, so in order to see how things will goes. So I can say generate. Let's see let's see how much time it will take. So we have the audio. It took if I see that it took about it took almost 2 to 3 minutes, so you have to wait for that. So so I can play that, but I will mute the audio, so because I can face the copyright issues. Done with the this music generation as well. So but before that, one thing is missing. I should empty this prompt as well. Once we are done with the music generation, I can say prompt.value is equal to empty, and let's save that. And now let's do the final part, which is the video. And for that, let's copy this one, and I can simple come here and let's create another folder called in the API. I can say video, not video index dot post dot ts. I can simply paste that. Let's close this one as well. And here I can simply here this replicate is same, protected route is same. We will use the replicate, we will protect, we will have the prompt, we will check that, but we have to change this model and this response. For that we can come to in replicate, and in explore I can come. By the way, for the video we will use the I can search that what the model. So for videos we will use the model which is another Jesse, and this one another Jesse but with zero scope. Keep in mind, another Jesse, zero scope, v2 XL, this one. I can open that and I can come to the API, and we will we have the replicate token, we have this one. We just have to copy this model. Let's copy this string, and I can replace this one with this one. And next step will be, instead of prompt A, I have to pass this one input, and instead of prompt A, I have to pass the simple prompt. Yeah, simple prompt. So, and let's save that. And now let's come to the let's create for the front end part, let's create the video. So let's copy this one, and I can create another file here, which is video.view. Let's paste that, and now let's replace the music stuff with video. So instead of music generation, it will be video. Turn your prompt into videos. Instead of here music, it will be video. So the color will be orange, and instead of 500 it will be 700. And then in the form we will have the same stuff. Instead of funky sound, I can say, and I can copy that from here. This an astronaut riding a horse. Let's copy that, and instead of a funky sound I can say this one. And we have the same button, the empty state, no video generated. So instead of here audio, I can say video. And instead of music we will see the video instead of music. So here as well, instead of music we will use the video. By the way, the here we will have the more classes, empty8, and then we will have the rounded LG, then we have the border, and then we have the BG equal to black. Yeah, that's it. And instead of here I can remove that. It's not will be the audio response, it will be string array. Yeah, and here it will be video, and same prompt. If we see the here we have, if it exists, then instead of music dot value, I will say video dot value is equal to data dot value, and it will be array. So the first one 0. Yeah, instead of conversation error, it will be video error. Yeah, I think yes, it will work. I can recheck that in index.post. Yeah, it's the video one. We have the model, and here we have to return the post. Yeah, that's it. Now let's test the video one. Let's filter this one, these network calls, and I can come to the video. Yeah, here I can say, if I paste that, yeah, an astronaut riding a horse, no video generated. Let's generate that. Yeah, let's wait for that. Now if I come to in the dashboard, we should have this model as well. See, that took 13 minutes, the music one. So sometimes it can take a lot of time, not run time, it was 26 time. So sorry about that, it was 13 minutes ago. Now our video generation is also in the starting stage, so let's wait for that. So we have the video as well. See, I can play that. It's the quality is very bad, but we can you can replicate that, you can check the different, different type of models, and you can do that as it is free. So that's why, we are we are using the free version. That's why the quality is not good. So that's why. So now we are done with all of the our tools: image generation, video generation, music generation, code. And now let's come to the this counterpart, where we can implement the free version and that stuff. And for that we need the Prisma. Now let's come here and let's close that, and let's install the Prisma. I can say yar add --dev Prisma. Now let's do the npx Prisma init, and it will generate the file for that, the folder for that, the Prisma folder. You will be able to see it's here it is in the Prisma schema. So next step is basically we have to we need this, it also created, if I come to the .env file, it also generated this one, this database URL. So now I have to enter the URL. So I can come here in the Auth, in the Supabase. So I can come to the settings, and here we should have, if we have the project URL, we should have that. Not here in the API. In the database, let's come to the in the database. Here we have the in the connecting setting, we have the URI. Let's copy that, and I can come here and let's replace that with this one. Here I have to enter my password, so the one we copied, let's cut that, and I can simply say this one, and let's save that. And now I can I have to mention this in the now we don't need this in the Nuxt config. So now let's create the Prisma, the Prisma schema for our database. So which will be we have we need the model user API limit, and it is ID, it will be ID, type of string, and ID, and the default will be CUID. Then next property is user ID, and it is string, and it should be unique. And next we have the count, the number of how much time, it is integer, and default is 0. Next we have created at, and it is date time, and then default is now. Next is updated at, and it's also date time and updated at. Now let's save that, and we have to do, keep in mind, npx Prisma generate. We have to run this command, npx Prisma generate. Basically after that, if you see, that's why we are doing that. If I come now, in our in my tables, we don't have any tables, it's empty. See, no entities available. But after this, this command generate, and I have to run another command, and after that we will have the empty table. Just wait and see the magic. Now if I enter npx prisma db push, you will be able to see that. Yeah, now if I come here and I should, yeah, see I have the user API element table where I have the text, user ID. Obviously we don't have that, and now the next step is we can create the UI part and the the different utils for that. So first of all, let's focus on the this API part and utils for on server side, and then we will create the UI. Let's come to the in server utils, and here we will I will create three different utils. First will be it will be export const increment API limit. For example, whenever we are sending the request, we should increment the count, this count number, this count. So for that, I can say async, and here we will pass the user ID. It should be string, and here I can say const user API limit is equal to await, and here I have to create the Prisma. So I can say const Prisma is equal to new Prisma client, this one. Basically you can import that from here, and after that here I can come Prisma dot user API limit and find unique. I have to find that, find unique based on what? Based on user ID, where user ID is equal to user dot ID. So I have to define other the type of user it's user ID, and I can pass that user ID. So where user ID is equal to this one, and then I will check if user API limit exists. If it exists, then what should we do? We should increment that. Now we have two cases. Either it's the zero, it doesn't exist. Either we have to update. For example, either it's the it doesn't exist, it's the first time. In that case we will create that, but if it exists, then we should increment that. So first case is we should increment that. I will say await. If it exists, what should we? Prisma dot user API limit dot update, and update. What should we update? We update the based on the where user ID is equal to user ID. I can just simply say that this one, and I can say where data is not this one, data. Oh, sorry. After the where clause, I can say in data here I can say count should be user API limit dot count plus 1. If it's 1, do the 2. If it's 2, do the 3. But if it doesn't exist, then what should we do? We should create that. I can say else what should we do? I will await Prisma dot user API limit dot create, and I have to pass the data. I can pass that data, and in data I can say user ID, and then I can say count is equal to 1. So if it exists, then update that. If it doesn't exist, then create that. So now let's save that, and after that I can create another one which is to check whether a API limit exists or not. It will basically for example, as you all know, we are creating this for our generation will be 5, free 5 generation will be free. This utils will check whether we are done with our 5 quota or not. So that's why we're creating that. So we'll export const check API limit is equal to async. I can simply I can simply copy this one, and here I can say this, and here now I can check that if it exists or not. I can also copy this one as well. If it exists, we will get that, and here I will check if user API limit doesn't exist or user API limit dot count is greater than 5, then what should we do? We should return 2. And else what should we return? Else we should return false. So what do you mean by this? I'm checking here, if it's less than, we can continue, user can continue, but if it's greater than, then user should not be able to continue. I will tell you how we can use that. So next is we can get the number of counts, how many counts user have. We will also need this at some point. So that's why let's create that as well. I can copy that simply, and here I can say, instead of check, I can say get API limit count. Get API limit count. Get API limit count, and here I can simply get that, and let's if it doesn't exist, then what should I return? I should simply return 0 because the default value is 0. And else what should I return? I should return user API limit dot count. So now let's save this, and yeah, let's save that. So instead of hard coding this this 5 number, I can create another const which is the 5. So because we will use on different places, so we can use this export const max count is equal to 5. So I can use that here. Let's save that. So I think here it should be equal to as well. So either 5 or less than 5. So now let's save that, and now let's define another type in the server. In the server I have to create an type. So in server I can come and I can create types dot d.ts, and here I can say export type user is equal to it will have the email ID, and it will be string, and email is also string. Yeah, let's save that. Let's close these two, this one, this video, music, these types, this one as well, this one as well, this one as well. So now let's come to the this conversation part. Let's start from the top, and here first step will be I have to import the user type, the one which I just defined, from the server. Yeah, and it's the user, and let's save that. And the next step will be, after the this protect route, I will get the user. Const user is equal to, how I will get that user, I think I explained. Event dot context dot user as user. Remember, I when I was creating this protect route, and I explain this to you, whenever we will use that, we will have this access to the event. So that's why in every request we are extending that user from here in the event object. So that's why I can access that. So after that, this is the second step, and next step will be, we will check that before sending this response. I will check that here, if const free trial is equal to await check API limit, and I have to pass the user dot ID. See, free trial, we will check either it is on free trial or on on paid. If I can open this one, I'm using the check API. If it is less than or equal to 5, then it's on free trial. If it is on greater than 5, then it is not on free trial. So that's why I'm checking here. So if it is free trial, so let's add the condition. If it's not on free trial, then what should we do? We should not send this request, we should send the error. So let's copy that, and I can say 403, your free trial has expired. Free trial has expired, and please upgrade to pro. So, but if it is free trial, if it's on free trial, for example count is 3, and now this free trial will be true, and I will be I will send the response. Now what should I do? I should increment that. Await. Now let's increment the API limit, and I have to pass the user dot ID. Let's save that, and I have to do this on all of the routes. So now let's do this step by step, and in the after the code, let's do in the conversation. I can simply paste that here, and then next step is to get the user. Let's copy that, and after the protect route I can paste that, and then next is the free trial checking. Let's copy that, and let's replace that here before the response, and then also do this. Let's copy that, and after the response I can paste that here. Now let's save that. You can ignore that because we know we have this one. Yeah, in API it is auto importing that. I can also do that. So instead of this one, I can say do this one. So now let's copy these two as well. By the way, even if I don't auto import them, if I the Nuxt will automatically import them. So it is because currently my project is not running, or due to my VS Code issues, the cache issues. That's why I'm just to avoid this red things. So you can ignore that as well. So you don't have to import that. So in image I can simply here I can do the same step, and let's copy these user stuff, and in image after the protect route I can paste that, and then next step is the free trial checking. I can simply copy that, and let's paste after the this resolution. I can paste that, and then after the response we should increment that, and I can paste that. Now let's save that, And now after the image, we can do the same stuff in the music. I can increment that. Here I will not import, and you will see that it will work. So, and increment, before increment I have to check the free trial. So let's copy that free trial. Now let's go in this case from bottom to top. So after before model, free trial checking, and then I have to import this user, and then the last step is to import this type. Copy that and let's paste that here, and let's save that. And now the last one is, which is video. Let's come here, I can simply paste that here, this one, and now let's this user. After this one, and next one is the free trial checking. Before this model calling, let's paste that, and the last one is increment. Let's increment that. So now let's save that whole stuff and let's run the project. Yarn dev, and hopefully it will work. This is what I was mentioning. Now see those, it is Nuxt is automatically importing them. Although I'm not, manually importing them that here. So, if we don't need this one, these all we can remove all of them, and the Nuxt will work. So that's the beauty of, utils folder. It is the dedicated folder within the Nuxt, and we can, it will auto import the stuff for us. So, but let's, see the preview now. So currently you can see I have, nothing here. So now let's, I can, made one of the request, for the conversation, and let's hopefully it will increment that number here. So let's, project is rerunning. So now let's test that conversation, and I can check the, this, hopefully we will not have any error. Let's remove that and test demo. Yes, it worked, and yes, let's see, it should have the count value. Yes, we have that. Yes, we have that. Now let's create the, the counter here. So we achieved another milestone. So now let's create this UI for that, and let's close that, and I can come here. So now let's close these, all of these, this server utils, and I can come to the, this as this will be in the sidebar. So let's come to the sidebar component. I can go to the sidebar, and here if you see I have this mentioned here, the counter, and for counter we need to, the progress bar as well. So let's install that from the shared CN in the progress. Yeah, this one I can install that. Let's close this and let's install that. Not like this, and this one. Another thing we need that, in the utils folder, not in the server utils but in the normal folder, and here I have to do the, export const max count is equal to 5. So here we need that as well. Yes, I can say yes. Yeah. Now let's close that. As it is still, installing, I can create another, the, small server API which we need that. In the API I can create the folder called user and index.get.ts. So it will be the to get the user details. It will be pretty simple. First step will be I have to import the type user from the server types. And next is I can say export default define event handler. It is async event, and in that I can say await protect this route, protect route, and I have to pass the event. After that I can say const user is equal to event dot context dot user as user, and after that I can say const get the API count is equal to await get API element count. So basically the one I mentioned in the server, we will need that to the how much count 1 2 3, so number of counts. So either I have to pass the user dot id, and here I can return user and the count, number of counts, API count, this one, it is number, so I can this one paste that simple. So now let's save that, and I can come to the sidebar and let's run the project as well. Yarn dev, and let's start the counter stuff. So here it will be the what we call the user data as well. I can say const data, and data it will be user, and pending state is equal to await use fetch, use fetch, and here I can API user, this one, and method is what we called method, I can say it's get, and I can give the key. This is very important. You have to, I will explain why it's important, key. And here I can say you can give any, by default Nuxt will automatically get the key. So but here I am manually doing that. Why? Because if you remember in our demo, the counter part was automatically increasing whenever we were doing the new request. So that's why I will explain that later, but this is very important part. I will let you know how. So let's this data will return us the this format. And next step, I can define the progress. I can say const progress is equal to, it will be computed, so I can say computed, and it will return if user dot value exists, either it is null or user. So if it exists, I can say return user dot value dot API count maximum count, and then multiply that with, divide with maximum count and multiply with 100. Else if user doesn't exist, what should we return? Return 0. So now let's create this UI stuff, and for that I can say px is 3, I can say border t, border t, border top, and border b as well. After that we will have the this pg white, I can give the simple div. We divide, but it will be, the opacity will be 10 and border is 0. Then we have the, py6 and px2. Then we have the text center and text sm and mb4 and space y4. After that, I can now finally say, the API count, the p, and here I can say if, user dot API count, this one, and then I can say maximum count. Yeah, this one. If it exists, if user dot API dot count exists, if user exists, then what should we do? User dot API count. Otherwise, I can simply say 0. If user exists, then this done. And after that, I can show the progress here. Progress. For that, we can simply the one we install. We can use that progress, but we have to pass some value, and I can say v model is equal to progress, and now class will be v full. And now next step is, after the progress and after this div, I can simply say the upgrade button. So for that, I have to modify this button. I can come here in the UI, and in the button, if let's come to the index.ts, and that's why I was saying it's so easy to use. Now we have the premium button, and I can create the variant for that. So let's paste that variant. I'm giving the gradient background from indigo to purple and to pink, and text white, and border is 0. So now let's save that, and we will be able to use that button here. So let's do that button, and I can say variant should be premium. Yeah, by the way, we can't use any random variant. If I do that, it will give me the error. Yeah, see, because this doesn't exist. So and premium, and then the width should be full, and within that we have text and icon. So I can say upgrade, and in icon I can say name is equal to lucid zap. Yeah, this one. And class will be width 4, height 4, ml should be 2, and fill with white. Yeah, now let's save that, and hopefully we will see that stuff. If I come here, let's refresh, and it is automatically refreshing. Well, something is missing here, I think. Yeah, 0/5 here I should say free generations. Let's save that, and we will get that. Yeah, free generation. Now the one, it is, although it is not, it should be 1. So I can refresh that, because it should 1, because we have that one here. So it should return us the 1. So let's refresh that. So let's I think I made some mistake here, so maybe so Nuxt is taking some time. So instead of this one, I can say, and let's remove this one, and let's check that now, because it should work. I can, by the way, I can add another, here condition as well. If user dot value exists and yeah, pending dot value should be false. It should be, false. It should not be true. So now let's save that and let's see the preview now. It is still giving me this error as 0. Why is that? So let's see the, in the util folder, maybe I made some mistakes. So let's come here in the, server utils, and let's come here, get API limit count async, where if user limit doesn't exist, or oh, why is that? It should not be like that. I'm saying if it is less than 5, then also return 0. It should be, it should not be like that. Sorry. So it should be, I should not check this one. Oh man. Let's remove that. If it doesn't exist, then return 0. Otherwise, just simply return this one. Even we don't need this else block. Oh man, I thought why it's not working. So hopefully it will work now. Yeah, I have to refresh that. Yeah, now we have the one count finally. Sorry about that. So now let's come to the next next part. Yeah, the one is it will automatically increment that. Just check that. If I do that, it will not increase that. Test demo. It will not increment if I do that now. But I will do the trick. After that, you will see the magic of Nuxt. It will automatically increment. But in this case, it will not. I am 100% sure. It is same. But here in the database, it is automatically 2. Let's wait, and it is refreshing. Yeah, we have the 2. But now let's come here in the side, not in the sidebar, in the page where all of we are doing. In the first of all, let's come to the in the code, and here after this loading dot after this data dot value, if it exists, what should we do? This is the one line you all have to do. Await, refresh next data. Yeah, and here I have to pass the string I defined, this one, user data, and I can define that. Yeah, that's it. So I save that, and I can copy that on all of the places. So let's save that, and on conversation, after the data dot value exists, let's paste that. I can save that, and in the image as well, after we have this data dot value, if it exists, refresh that, and in the in the music as well, yeah, if it exists, refresh that, and finally in the video, if it exists, refresh that. And now let's see the magic. Hopefully it will work. So let's wait. I can simply refresh that. Now we have to. Now if I do that, it should automatically, I can show you the demo as well in the Nuxt, in the network tab. So yeah, in the network, check the magic. In conversation, I say test. See, it is 3 now. And just check the the magic. It is the Nuxt is automatically calling this user data and is updating the UI. That's the magic of Nuxt. this feature is so awesome. I really like about that. So this thing is also done. Now next part is the the create the pro model and show that. So for the pro model, first of all we need two things. First of all, I have to install the Pinia. Your add Pinia Nuxt, and another thing we need this from shared CN we will use the dialog component. We have to install this one as well. So let's come here and I can copy that. Meanwhile, I can write that in the Nuxt config file. I can come here and simply I can say Pinia Nuxt. Yeah, let's save that. And now let's also install this dialog component from shared CN. Let's say yes. We will need another component as well, which is badge, just for the UI purpose. Let's install that as well. Let's copy that as well. Yeah, it's done. Let's install the badge. So we install three things: Pinia and dialog component and this badge component. I can say yes. Yeah, it's done. Now let's come to the shared component, and I can create pro model dot view component. So in that I can say vbase. Yeah, this ts one. Yeah, this one. And now let's come to in the dialog component, and let's copy this content from here. This one. I can copy that and let's paste that here. So here first of all here we have to say open. For now I can just simply say true, and then on update open, it should be is equal to true. These are just dummy values, we will replace that. So in the let's remove this trigger, and instead in dialog content and in dialog header and dialog title, let's create that. And the title will be basically we have to we will add our own classes here in the dialog title. So let's preview this meanwhile as well. So let's save that, right? And if I come here in the I can add that in the here after the main I can say add pro model. Yeah, pro model. Let's save that and let's run the project. Your dev. We will be able to see that here. See, we have this dialog. So now let's style according to our own requirements, and in the title I can say add the class, and class will be, so class is flex, justify, center, and then we have items, center, then we have flex call, then we have gap, y and 4, and then we have padding bottom not pb2. After that let's create another div which is class is equal to flex items center, then we have gap gap X and it's 2, and then we have font of bold, and then we can say text XL. Yeah, and within that I can say upgrade to multi gen X. Yeah, this one. And after that, this I can create the badge here, badge, and here I have to also add to the the variant, the custom variant. So I can come here, in the from the button, and I can copy that these styles. Yeah, this style. Let's copy that and let's add these variant to badge as well. So here, let's paste that. And here in Pro model, I can say variant should be premium, and then class should be uppercase, text should be SM, and PY should be 1. And here within that I can say Pro, not like here, I can say Pro within that. Now title is done. Now let's add some classes to the description. Class is equal to text, it should be center, and then I can say pt2 and space y2, and then text zinc 900, and font is medium. And within that, we can create the simple card, and I think we can copy that from the dashboard where we have the tools. Basically it's not the card, but let's copy that. It's pretty similar to that. So I can come here, and after the description let's paste that. First of all, let's replace this div with card, and this one, and this class, it's not p4, it's p3, and then we have border black. This one, let's remove this hover, shadow, and this stuff, because we will not implement the hover stuff, and I can add simple the border black and 5. And after that we have another flex, and gap is this one, and then we have this class. Yeah, it's same. And then we have the icon. Yes, it's same. And then we have the font, this one, and it's same. And then we have this icon, another icon. Here it is not, it should be this it should be, instead of arrow, it should be lucid check. And if I save that, and now let's see the change here. Yeah, we have that. Yeah, now let's style this this footer stuff, and in dialog footer I can say button, not this one, the capital one, button, and I can say variant should be premium, and we the size should be LG, and then we have the class should be width full, and within that I can say upgrade, it's the same as sidebar. Let's come to the sidebar. Yeah, the same button, this one. So let's copy this stuff, and in the Pro model, yeah, here I can simply paste that here. So now let's save that, and let's see the preview. I have to refresh refresh. I don't know why hot reloading is not working for this one. See, we have this one. So now let's instead of instead of opening this by true and true values, instead of doing that, let's create the store and we can open and close from wherever we want. So now let's come to the let's close these, all of these, and in in route folder I can create the folder called stores. Pretty simple store. I can say Pinia dot import define store from Pinia, and then within that I can say export const use pro model is equal to define store. Yeah, and within that I have to pass the key pro model, and after that I can say this one, and here I can define the state, my state, and state should be pretty simple. It is like this one, and here we will have the only one value, which is is open. It is by default false, and but we will have the actions, and we will have two actions, one for the opening of that and one for closing of that. So I can say on open I can say this dot is open is equal to true, and same in on close I can say on close what should we do, on close this dot open is equal to false. Now let's use that this pro model within the pro model, this component, and here first of all I can import that. Let's import that here. Import from store and then use pro model, and here it will be use pro model, and I can say store const store is equal to use pro model, this one. And now I can if I hover that, yeah, we have the method. So instead of open true I can say store dot is open, and on here I can say store dot on close. So that's it. And why we are getting the error? Where is that error? Yeah, error is gone. It was just. So now let's save that. And so in order to preview this whole stuff live, okay, we have this error in the store. Yeah, here I have to set the comma. Yeah, we can refresh that, and yeah, I have to add the comma. So now let's close this one, and let's close the dashboard, the default, these, all of these. And in the sidebar I can also import that these two, so because we need that. And here I can say on clicking on that, open that model, I can say on click what should we do, we should open the store dot on open. So let's save that, and now let's refresh this one. Okay, I have to add another comma, my bad, I don't know why I made this mistake. So here I have to add another comma, and now if I try that and if I refresh that, now if I click on that, I should be able to see that. See, if I click on that, I can see this model. Now the most important thing is, open this model whenever we have the, this error from the backend. If you remember, if I open index dot post for the code, or any, for code, see, if we are not on the free trial, we are returning this, status code 403, free trial has expired. And if you remember, I told you one thing regarding the, if I come to the code.view file, here we have one thing to do, check error type. So here we will see the, I will implement the magic. So now let's come here. We have to, do one thing. First of all, we have to import this thing in the code. I can import that, and the next step will be, here I can say, if, I will check here if error dot value dot status code is equal to 403. It's very important. Keep in mind, if you didn't write that, you have to write that, otherwise we will not be able to open that model. So 403, if status code is equal to 403, what should we do? We should store dot on open. We should open the model. So let's see the now, let's copy this, thing to all of the places. I can save that, and let's search that, not this one, let's search this line, because we have that, this line, and I have to paste that on all of the places. So now let's copy that. I am already, I have in the code. Let's come here, and I can simply, paste that here, simple, save that, and now I can come to the image. I can simply paste that here, and now I can come to the music. I can simply replace that with this one, and now I can come to the video, and simply I can this one, replace that. But if you see, all of these are giving error because we didn't import it, this, this store stuff from here. So now let's copy this one as well and replace all of with, in the conversation. Let's import that, and in the image I can import that, and in the music I can paste that, and in the video I can paste that. Yeah, save that. Why it is still giving me the error? Let's see that. Yeah, error is gone. It was just, VS Code cache. Yeah, error is gone. Now let's refresh this whole stuff and see the magic. Now currently we have three generations, so I can manually increment that to, I can edit that from here, the 5, and let's see the magic. Yeah, actually it was refreshing, so that's why it didn't change. So now let's see the, magic. Yeah, it's done, and now if I refresh, I will have the 5. Yeah, see, my quota is complete. But now if I try to test this conversation, I can say test. My model should be opened, and I can open this, network tab as well. Let's test that. Okay, that's bad. That's bad. Why it didn't work? Let's try another time, maybe. Let's try another time. See, I got it. Now I think I made some mistake here within the check API limit. So let's come, after 6 it is working now. So let's fix that. If I go to if I go to check API limit here, so it should not less than is equal to maximum count. I think it should be less than. Yeah, it should be less than, not equal to. Because what do you mean by this? If currently its count is 5, then I'm sending the true. I'm not sending the true. So I should send the if it's less than count is less than 5, then it should. So that's my bad. Then let's remove this and let's save that, and let's now close, and we can test anything else. So here obviously we will have the counter of 6. Yeah, but let's that move back to 5, and after 5, yeah, after 5 let's test that this conversation, and let's refresh that. Sorry about that, it's my bad. But main thing is the model is working. Our model was open on 6. I can say test. Yeah, see, that error is gone, and see the error status code is 403. Yeah, that's the stuff. That's also now working. And now next step is to next step is to integrate the Stripe. Yes, payment. We will integrate the payment within the Nuxt 3. For Stripe, first step will be to install the Stripe. Your add Stripe, and I can come to the Stripe website, stripe.com. So now let's close this one, and yeah, so now first of all let's come to here in the sign in. I think I am already signed in, so I am already being redirected to dashboard, but I think I should first of all so you can also guys learn. First of all, let's sign out, so you can also see that. So you have to create the you can create the sign up basically, but as I already have the account, so I will just simply logged in with my account. So I already have the account, so you can continue. It's so simple to create the account here in Stripe, so you don't have to worry about that. So I'm just signed in. So here I have different this different accounts. I can create the new one as well. Let's create the new one, so you will be able to see that. So I can say Nuxt 3 Saas AI, and let's create the account. I can in for the developers, I can come to the developers part. You should be here in the in the developers part. Now we need these keys. So let's come to the a .env file, and let's paste that .env file. Yeah, here we need 4 URLs. So let's come here and let's simply paste that, but I have to remove this because these are the previous one, not related to this, and this one as well. So now let's remove them, and this will be we will use another time. So now let's we need Nuxt public Stripe key, Nuxt Stripe secret. We can get these from here. This is the publishable key. I can copy that and let's paste that here. Let's save that. And for this one, this secret one, I can copy that and I can paste that here. That's that. And for now we will use these tools. Let's save that. Now I can come to the Nuxt config file. Yeah, here. And I can simply come here in the runtime config. I can paste that this one stripe secret. As if you remember, I told you this is the way of getting the env variable in Nuxt. If it is the stripe secret, so first word will be the small and this will be the capital letter, the stripe secret. And same for the this public stripe key. The public one is p is small, stripe s is capital, and key is capital. So and the same goes to stripe webhook secret and this app URL. So now let's save that. And now we can create the API. And for API, first of all we have to I have to update my Prisma. I have to add another model for the Prisma, which is model user subscription. And I can create that. And here we have the ID is equal to string. Yeah, string. And then we have user ID which is also string, but it is unique. Yeah, and this ID basically this is this the above one is CUUID, not simple string ID. And next we have the stripe customer ID. Stripe customer ID is equal to string, and it is optional. So either it will exist and either it will not exist. And next is I can copy that 3 times. And next is stripe subscription ID. So stripe subscription ID. And the third one is price ID. Stripe customer ID, stripe subscription ID, stripe price ID. And the fourth one is stripe current period time. I can add the stripe current period, and it will be daytime, and it is also optional. And now here we will do the the mapping. Why mapping? Because mapping for just to give another name. So we can access in by this property by 2 ways. So why 2 ways? Because stripe integration on their end they use this name. So we will use this one, but for stripe we have to do the mapping. So I can say unique, and it should be map. And in map I can say name should be not like this. The name should be stripe, yeah, stripe customer ID. So let's copy that for 3 of them, for this one, for this one, and for this one. So here we will replace this customer with subscription, and this customer with the price, and this customer with the current period end, not less, current period end. Let's save that. Now what should we do? Npx Prisma generate npx Prisma db push. We will be able to see these chains here. So let's open the database and we should have this new table here. Yeah, it is refreshing. Yeah, we can have that. We have that user subscription and we have these details. See these details, all of these subscription and the whole stuff. So now let's create the API and I can come here within the server. Within the API I can say stripe and I can say index.get.ts. Before creating this stuff, first of all I have to come to the this util folder and I have to initialize this type. So I can import that, import stripe, yeah, stripe from stripe. Yeah, let's come to at the bottom and I can say do we have the config here? Do we have config? Yeah, we are not using the config. So first of all I can say const config is equal to use runtime config, yeah, this one, and I can say export const stripe is equal to new stripe, yeah, this one, and here I have to give API version, yeah, not this one, sorry. So within that first will be config dot, yeah, stripe, yeah, I think I didn't run this project, that's why it is not giving me the suggestion, but I have to do this stripe secret, yeah, config dot stripe secret, and after that I have to pass the object and here I can say API version and it will be this one, and after that I can pass Typescript should be true. Let's save that. Yeah, now let's run the project. Yeah, on dev, and I can come to the this, not this one, in the index, yeah, here. First step, let's import the user type, import user, this user from the server type. Now also let's import the const Prisma is equal to new Prisma client, yeah, this one, also import that Prisma client as well. And after that, one thing I totally forgot to add in the utils folder, sorry about that. Here we will use the absolute URL as well, so the one we created, that this one, next app URL. So let's create that as well. I can say export const absolute URL and is equal to it will get the path and type of string, and then it will return the following. It will return, I can say config dot this app URL, yeah, and then beside that the path one. Yeah, this one. So now let's save that this one as well, and here absolute in the let's close this env, this index, this config as well, this prisma as well, and these all of these these are total extra, just taking my time. Here I will say const the return URL should be following. We'll use the absolute URL, and here I will pass the settings. Why we are using this? You can ask question why we basically by this method we will tell the Stripe after you are done with your operation, return to this page. But why we are using the absolute URL? So why not just simple strings? Because Stripe run independently. Stripe don't know what's the our application URL. So that's why we have to give the complete URL with proper localhost 3000, and on production obviously it will change, and then the path of the page over to the settings. So now let's start the implementing API. Export default, define event handler, define event handler. Yeah, here we will have the async function, and it will have the event, and then the arrow function, and here I can say first step will be the protect route, and I have to pass the event. Then get the user is equal to event dot context dot user as user, and then after that I will get the subscription user subscription is equal to await Prisma dot user subscription, the one we created, find unique, not this one, find unique, and I have to pass that where user id is equal to user dot id, and yes, if it exists, if exists, what should we do? If user subscription dot if it exists, and user subscription dot stripe user subscription dot stripe customer id, if both of them exist, then what should we do? I can add the comment here. We have basically two cases. Either we will cancel or upgrade our subscription, the current one, and the second one is we will create the new subscription. So the first case will be we will upgrade or cancel. So I can say cancel or upgrade subscription. So let's do that. I can come here, I can say const stripe session is equal to await stripe dot billing portal dot sessions dot create, and within that I can say customer is equal to user subscription dot stripe customer id. After that return URL should be return URL, the one we just here we created that. After that I can say return an object where we will have the URL, and it will be stripe session dot URL. Yeah, this one. Let's save that, and now let's handle the another case. If it don't exist, so I can say new subscription Here I can say const stripe session is equal to await stripe dot checkout dot sessions dot create, and within create I have to pass the success URL is equal to return URL. Next we have the cancel URL will also be the same, the return URL, and after that we have payment method payment method types, and for now we will use only the card, this card. And next we have the mode will be subscription, and after that we can add the billing address will be auto, auto, so it will be automatically filled. Then we have the customer email, and for this we can use the user dot email, and then we have the line items. I have to add the comma, then I can say line items, this one, and it will be basically array. Let's create that, not object, it will be array. So in that I have to pass an object, and in object we will have the price data, this one, and within that price data we have the currency, and it will be USD, and product data, and it will be basically name will be the product of the name of our product. I can say Multigenics Pro, the name of our app, and then I can say description. Here I can say AI Saas using Nuxt 3, and after the product data we have the unit amount, not price, unit amount 2000. So basically it will be equal to $20. So I can just comment that, not this one, I can manually I can say it will be equal to $20. So then we have the recurring, and it will be basically interval will be month. And after this price data, keep in mind after the price data we can add the quantity, quantity should be 1, and after this array, line items array, I can say metadata, and within that user ID should be equal to user dot ID. That's it. Now let's, after this I can just simply say return, not this URL, return object, and URL should be stripe session. Let's save that. Hopefully everything is will work. Let's save that, and now we have to create another thing which is called the webhook. So that's important. So let's create the webhook. I can, within this stripe I can say webhook dot ts, but before starting this part I have to come we have to come to the here, and in you have to come to the webhooks. So normally in production we do using the add an endpoint, but it is the test environment, so that's why we will run this in test environment. It's very important. Without this webhook our payment will not work, so that's why you have to add that. So first of all, let's login, Stripe login. You can you can install the download CLI. You can open that. So here I am using the Mac, so and I will use this Vue, but I already have installed. So you can install using the Windows, Linux, Mac OS depending upon that, and they have the instruction. So first and then after the installing that, we have to log in. So let's come here and I can open that. Yeah, this terminal, new terminal, and here I can say first of all I have to update my NVM node version. So I can say you don't have to do that, it's my setting, so that's why. Now let's log in, Stripe login. It is saying click that and open that link. So basically I think they gave me the some kind of maybe the, so I have to open that. Let's see. Yeah, see, they gave me the pairing code. So lead, great lead. If I check that, yeah, great lead. Allow access, I can give the access. Yeah, say it is saying done. This type is configured for this one, which account, and now I can close that. This close this one as well, and you see we have the login. So it is saying I'm done with the login. Now next step is the forward events to your webhook, right? So before that, obviously I will run this this API. So before that, obviously I have to create that. But before that, as we are our this thing is configured, this login is configured. Now let's in order to use this webhook, well, let's create this function, and then we will be able to run this. So for that, let's we can simply copy this this basic stuff, this one, and I can paste that here. And then now let's start that thing, and I can say simply here const, obviously we will use that, but I can Stripe webhook secret, we will use that here as well. So we need that, so that's why I can come here in the Nuxt config, not in Nuxt config.env file. Although currently it's empty, obviously we have to complete this function to generate that, but obviously in future. So but I can simply create that. Nuxt Stripe webhook secret is equal to use runtime config dot, I can say Stripe webhook secret. So that's it. And now let's come export default and define event handler and async function event, and within that we have the arrow function, and here I can say const signature is equal to get header, and within that I can pass the event, and here I can say Stripe signature and as string. So get that. After that I can say const body is equal to await read body, and I have to pass the event. Yeah, this one. After that, let's I can say let Stripe event, and now let's start the magic. I can say try and catch block, and here I can say Stripe event is equal to Stripe dot webhooks dot construct event, and here I have to pass the body, I have to pass the signature, and I have to pass the Stripe webhook secret. So these three things. After that, I can catch the error, log, I can say webhook and just log and simple. Yeah, that's it. Obviously it will it will ignore that thing. So after that I can simply say const session is equal to stripe event dot data dot object as stripe, stripe dot checkout. I think I have to import that stripe okay, I didn't import that, so let's import the stripe as well. Import stripe from stripe, and here I can say not stripe dot checkout, just to remove the confusion. This stripe, this stripe, this stripe is from the our utils folder where we not this one, this one, the exported one, this stripe, and this stripe, the capital one, is from the main package. So just to remove the confusion, so I can say checkout dot session will be of this type, and I can say if stripe event dot type is equal to checkout dot session dot completed, this one. If it is this one, what should we do? We should do this one, const subscription is equal to stripe dot subscriptions dot retrieve, and I have to pass session dot subscription as string. After that I can say if session dot metadata dot user ID, so I have to add the question marks here. The metadata, if you remember, I added that here in session. I added this metadata. So if it exists, I am checking that. If it doesn't exist, what should we do? We should throw the error. I can simply copy this one from here, and I can come here. Let's paste that 400, and I can say user ID is required. User ID is required, and after that I can say if it exists, we should say await Prisma dot user subscription dot create this one. I think I already did that here, where this we created that, so I can not this one. Okay, it was wrong, sorry. I can create that, and in here I have to pass the data, and in data for user ID I can pass session dot metadata. I can copy that one, user metadata and user ID, this one, and after that I can pass stripe subscription ID, and which will be subscription dot ID, and after that we have the stripe customer ID, and it will be subscription dot customer, not this one, subscription dot customer, that's customer as string. Why we are facing this? Because here it should be await. Sorry about that. Yeah, now that's error as string. Those errors are gone. The ID one and this one. Here it should be await. So after that, I can say stripe price ID, and here I can say subscription dot items dot data, and here the 0, and then the price, and then the ID, and after that I can say stripe current period end, and it will be new date, and here within new date I can pass subscription dot current period end multiply by 1000. Now let's save that, and after this this block, this stripe dot event session completed, what should we do? We will check if they upgraded, or here in this case what we are doing, we are creating that, but if they upgraded that, what should we do? What if stripe event dot type is equal to invoice payment succeeded, payment, yeah, this one, invoice payment succeeded, what should we do? Const, I can copy that, this one, this we need basically this one, so let's copy that, this one, and I can say await Prisma dot user subscription dot update, and in update I can pass where, and I can say stripe subscription ID is equal to subscription dot ID. Yeah, if it is that, then update that, and for update I can say pass the data, and in data I can say stripe price ID, stripe price ID is equal to subscription items data 0 dot price dot ID. After that I can say current and stuff, I can copy simply this one, and let's save that, and also return 200, return 200. Now let's save that. It was a lot of stuff, so hopefully it will work. And here we will now, let's do the next step. Let's copy that, and here in that here keep in mind this should also be running, and now this should also be running. So now let's paste that, and instead of 404 4242, I have to our own my own. So current one is 301, and then API, and then we have the stripe, this URL where we have the webhook. Basically main purpose is to run this whole function here. So stripe listen forward to localhost 301 API stripe and webhook. So now let's run that, and we will get the webhook secret from here. It should also say completed. Yeah, first of all let's copy that, and let's paste that in the .env file here, where we will have this one, and let's see, completed. And our project will restart, and I can come to this sidebar where I can on upgrade button I can call that. So let's go to that. Let's come to the sidebar, and here in sidebar let's create, instead of opening that, I can say I can call the function which is on subscribe, and let's call that, and let's create that. So I can simply create that const on subscribe is equal to, it should be async function, and not why it is not working. Async, and I can say let's on subscribe. Why these two? That's very strange. So my keyboard is doing some problem. So let's ignore that, and async function I can say const on data, and here we will only data we need that, and I can say await use fetch here, and in fetch I have to pass this stripe one, this one. See my, so let's ignore that, I don't know. So after that I can check if data, that's very strange, data dot value dot URL, if it exists, what should we do? We should do the following stuff. Window dot location dot href is equal to this data dot value dot URL. So let's replace that with one, and now let's see the magic. We can ignore that here, the Typescript error. TS, I can say TS ignore. Oh, I just noticed, we will not use this before testing. I just noticed that we will not use this, this upgrade method on here in the sidebar. We will use that in the dialog component. So now let's cut that, and I can control Z that. So on upgrade button we should open the model instead of subscribe. So hopefully if I get back to previous state, it is open. So now it will open the model. So now let's use that code in the dialog component, pro model component, and I can paste that here, and here on click I can say call that on subscribe method. Click is equal to on subscribe. I just replaced that method, instead of in sidebar I just replaced that with here. So hopefully it will work. So now let's come here. It is now if I click on upgrade, we should have that model, and now let's see the magic. We should be redirected back to the stripe. Okay, what is this error? Page not found. Oh, I got the error. I think I got the error. So I just tested that in the path in the utils folder where we're returning this stuff. So it should not be 3000. It is, yes, I hope so. I got the error. So it instead of 300 it should be 301. Oh my god, so that was the error. It took a lot of time to figure out this stuff, and I can save that. I can save that as well. So let's rerun this project, and it is rerunning, and I can close that and I can rerun that. Hopefully it's the error, hopefully. So I think that's another issue, not the setting issue, not this one. So it's the another issue, and after a lot of debugging I found the issue. So here I'm returning the stripe session.url, and here I'm just simply returning the stripe session. Here it should be stripe session.url. So that was the mistake. So now let's rerun that, and I can go to the home page. By the way, in future maybe we will get so yeah, I think this error is accidentally fixed now. So but in future but we fixed it now. So hopefully after this fix our stripe will work. So let's upgrade, and let's click on upgrade. Yes, I am being redirected back to the home checkout page, and if we see the stuff here, and we will see the main progress here if we if we are successful. See, this is my the email, the one which I'm logged in. This is my the product name, and this is the 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 description. Here I can enter the dummy stuff, the visa number 4242, and here I can say 1234, and here I can say 123, and here I can enter my name Hafiz Javed, and here I can say subscribe, and hopefully it will work. Main magic will be here. Yes, 200. Yes, we did it. Yes, we did it. And you will be also be able to see, obviously this will give error because we didn't create the setting page, but we can create that. Main thing is we should be able to see something here in this user subscription table. It is success. So I don't know why we are getting this kind of error, but after a lot of debugging I made the one mistake. So basically if you see the error, although the payment is here, the webhook is saying the payment is successful, but the main issue is we are here it is saying stripe signature verification error. So our signature is this signature, where we are verifying that it is something, we are basically this is the error. If you see yeah, see from here, our webhook error is starting, and see webhook, and the webhook must payload must be provided as a string or a buffer. So after a lot of debugging I checked, I made here the mistake. So instead of read body, it should be read raw body. So that was the mistake, and now let's fix that. And why it is giving me the error now? Yeah, I can ignore, I can add that here. Let's git ignore, and let's save that, and hopefully we will now fix the error. So currently it is empty, and if I go to the to the home page, and upgrade. Now let's enter the details. 424242. Okay, I think I made somewhere mistake. 4242. Yeah, this one. And here I can say 1234. And here 123. And here I can say my name. Yeah, and let's subscribe that, and hopefully everything will work fine. Although because this page doesn't exist, and if we check that, we should have here some row. Yeah, finally we did it. And now let's the next part is to if I now if you see, I am pro, right? I subscribe to, so now if I have 5 by 5 generation, and even if try to the now conversation test, you know we should not I should not get the model, but this error exists, and now the next step will be to solve this. Why I'm getting this? I already subscribed that. Do you want me to pay another time? So it's the very bad thing. So I am already pro. So now let's fix this error. Once the person is pro, you should not show this model, and also hide this this side this side pro free counter. There is no purpose of showing that if person is already pro. So now let's fix that. So in order to hide this stuff and prevent the opening of model when user is pro, I have to create another API. So now let's close these all of this stuff, webhook and this one and this one as well. So I can come here in this Stripe, I can create another API which is check status .ts, and within that I can I can copy that some stuff. I can come here and I can copy this basic stuff from here. So check status, and let's paste that, and here I have to define another variable which is day in ms is equal to, it is 84 400 and 00. Yeah, 30. So we'll say export default define event handler, this one, and async function, and we have the event, and here I can pass. First of all, I will protect my route, await protect route, and here I can say event, yeah, this one, and then I can say const user is equal to not this one, I can say event dot context dot user as user, and then I can say const user subscription is equal to await Prisma dot user subscription dot find unique, yeah, unique, and where user dot id is equal to user dot id, and then here I can say update, and I can select this stuff, and which things I have to select where stripe current period end is true, where stripe subscription ID customer ID is true, where stripe price ID is true, and where the last one is where stripe customer the subscription ID is true, where all of these are true. So select find that one and select these. After finding, select these. And now after that I can say if user subscription doesn't exist, then what should we return? We should return false. Else I can say const, I have to check the validity. I can say is valid, and for that is valid is equal to, I can say user subscription dot stripe price id and user subscription dot stripe current period and dot get time and I can say plus day, the variable we defined day in ms greater than date dot now. If it is that, I can say it is valid. So I can say return valid. So why I am using the two? So basically the purpose of these two exclamation marks in JavaScript is to always return the boolean value. For example, imagine this valid value is null, and in JavaScript null considered as the falsy value. So that's why it will return if it is undefined, it will return us the false. If it is null, it will return us the false. If it is 1, then it will return us the true. So that's the purpose of that. So so we can get the boolean value. So let's save that, and now we can use this API in the sidebar, and here I can call that, I can say const is equal to use fetch await use fetch this one, and here I can say the check status this one, check status, and it will give us the boolean value. I can say data, and I can say pending, and after that I can say the data, right? And here instead of data I can also say just rename to is pro, just to see the status of that. Now here why it is giving me the error? Okay, I think let's rename this to is loading. Rename that. Now error is gone, and here we should only show this counter if it's pro is false and either is loading is false or is pending is false. So then show that. Let's save that, and now our this free counter should be hidden. So for that we can wait, and let's see the magic. See, our sidebar free counter is gone. Why? Because I am pro user. So now we are done with that now, but one error is still remaining. If I click on that, I will get the pro model. We need to fix that. See why? Because if you see the network inspector, we are getting the from the backend. It is basically the backend error. From backend we are still getting the, let's try that again, we are still getting the 429 error. See if I open this one, and you can check that 403 error, not 429. So now let's fix the backend this stuff on backend. I can come here in the code, and I have to add here another method. Here I have to check the status status of pro, if it is pro or not. So for that we can create the utils, another utils. I can come here in the here, and it will be pretty same, just like this almost it will be the same. So I can come here let's copy this const, and in the index, I can simply paste that here, and after that let's copy this whole stuff, this this method. Let's copy that, and I can say come here, and I can say export const is pro is user pro is equal to async, async, and here I have to pass the user ID, and here it is, the type is string, and here I can say just paste that stuff. So here instead of user dot id, I have to write user dot id, this one, and yes, it will work. So it's this simple. I'm getting the user subscription. I'm checking if it doesn't exist, return the false, it means user is not pro, and if it is if it exists, then I'm checking the validity, and if it is valid, then return the true, it means the user is pro. Now let's save that, and I can come again here in the in the index.post in the code part, and here I have to check the is pro, if it is pro or not. So I can say const is pro is equal to await not, it's yes, it's the async method. I can say is pro is user pro, is user pro, and here I have to pass the user dot id. If it is pro, either it is false, and here I can say if it is, and user should be pro, is pro, then throw this error. What how I am solving this error? I'm checking if user is pro. If it is pro, then both should be false. Either counter should be less than 5, and also our user should be false. But if just imagine that counter is on 2, now we have counter is on 6, right? But our user is pro, then this error should not be thrown, because our user is pro, so user can continue. So that's why here we have the and symbol. So now let's copy this stuff on all the pages. I can save that, and I can copy this line, right, and let's paste that on all of the places. I can come on here in the conversation, and I can write that, and here I can check the validity of is pro. Let's save that. Obviously we will get the error because we just created the util, and I can copy this whole line. Let's copy that. Now let's come to the image. Here let's paste that here. And now let's come to the music. Let's paste that here as well. And now let's come to the that's it. Now let's come to the video as well, and we can paste that. Now let's save that, and let's rerun the project, because otherwise we will face this red error because our util is still in the cache. So I can rerun the project. Oh, that I removed the pro line. So let's Control Z, and let's just paste this is pro line. So let's copy that, and Yeah, I removed from all of the places. Sorry about that. I can simply now, I can simply just copy this whole block, and I can just simply paste that here. Yeah, now it's gone. And in music, yeah, see, free trial is gone from all of the places. Gone. Yeah, if I come to the video, yeah, here it exists, but I can replace that with all of them. Yeah, let's save that, and let's verify one last time. We have on all of the places. Yeah, on code we have both free trial and is pro, and we are checking both of them. On conversation we have both of them. In image we have both of them, and in music we have both, and in video as well. So now let's hopefully we will not get this this error. Our project is restarting. We don't have any counter, and let's as I am pro, so now let's test that. Hopefully we will not get any model test. Yes, I got the response, and I didn't get that the pro model. So now this error is also gone, and now the in here let's create the setting page. After that we will have three things remaining: settings page, the crisp integration, and landing page. The last one are pretty simple, so this is also simple. The setting page, we have all of this stuff, so let's create that. In page I can create settings, not a settings dot view, and here I can say Vue.js. Let's close all of these requests page. This one and this one. So now let's create Vue.js, and here it's quite simple page. First I can come here in the code, and I can copy this this heading part, because we will use that, and I can paste that. And here inside in title I can say, instead of code generation, I can say settings, and here I can say in the description I can say manage account settings. So let's replace that, and in icon we will have the simple lucid settings, and here in the instead of green we have the gray, just like that. Yeah, and here we will have the subscription button. So let's create that component, subscription button. So let's create that, and in not in shared, in our all components folder I can create that subscription button dot view, and in this button let's create Vue.base, and this one, and here I can say first let's div, not like that. And now let's we will need these here we will need these two APIs here. So now let's do that, and for that I can come to the pro model, and we can copy that one, this on subscribe one. Yeah, let's copy that, and I can paste that here. And the next one is here we also have to check the status of proness as well, and for that we can come to the I can come to the sidebar, and I can copy this one. Let's copy that, and I can come here in the subscription button, and I can paste that here. So instead of is loading, I can simply say is pending, and I can define one variable here, const is loading is equal to ref, and it should be false, and but on start of that I can set this to true, is loading dot value is equal to true, and on end of that I can say is loading dot value is equal to false. Let's do that, and now let's implement the remaining stuff. Here I can say v if is equal to, if if is loading or pending, if one of them is in the loading, then what should we do? We should show the loader here. Yeah, this one. And here I can say processing should be false. It should be false because I don't want to show the text, because we are not doing any processing. So, and I have to here add some classes as well. I can say class is equal to, I think it's the same one from the code or that part, so maybe we can copy that. Yeah, this one. So let's copy that. That's why I said we will use a lot of classes, so I can simply paste that here. And after the loader, we have div, another div, which is v else, and in that now we have two cases. First let's also add some classes here. I can say px should be 4, and lg on lg px should be 8, and space y should be 4. And after that I can say text, and text muted foreground, and text sm. Within that, not like that. Yeah, here within that what should we do? I can say if it is pro, if it is pro, then show this text. It is you are currently on a pro plan. Otherwise, what should I show? You are on a free plan. Yeah, that's it. So after that, now I can show two buttons. So one of them is upgrade and one of them is premium, depending upon the pro status. So for for upgrade button, I can simply copy that this button from here, upgrade button, this button. So I can say if, yeah, and here I can call this one on subscribe, and but one thing I have to say, if if is pro is false, and v else what should we show? I can say on click, instead of on subscribe, I think we should rename that to manage subscription. It's the decent name instead of because we have different use cases for both of them buttons. So I can say v else, and variant I can remove that. One thing, another thing is width should not be fill, width should not be 100%. Yeah, let's remove the width 100% as well. And in here let's add some class for this this button, the manage subscription button. We should shadow should be none, and then we bg should be gray 900, and text should be white. And instead of this icon, let's remove that, and we should have the here I can say manage subscription. By the way, we should disable both of them if either we if not if I can say disabled is equal to if is loading or if it's pending. So let's copy that. Disable both button. Let's paste that here as well. And now let's use this subscription button here in settings page. I can simply do that. Let's save that and let's see the preview. Now let's go to the settings page. We should have the manage subscription button instead of update. Yeah, currently I am on a pro plan. So now let's do the landing page, and for that I can come to the home page, this one, and here let's come to index.view file. So instead of user, first step will be to define the, let's close all of these. First step, this should be the the layout should be the home one. I can copy that and I can show that I can define that here, and after that here as it's the landing page and there is no technicality involved, so I'm just pasting some code. Obviously you can get that from the description as well. So it's pretty simple, and here we are having some error. I will explain that. So it is saying user is not defined. So obviously I totally forgot. So here we need that Supabase user const user is equal to use Supabase, not use Supabase user. This one, yeah, this one. Now let's see the explanation of that, and now first of all let's see the preview. Yeah, let's refresh that because we have the page meta, and by the way we also need these images as well. So let's copy those images as well. Let's paste that in the public folder. We have 5 logos, and now if we see the preview, this is how it will look like. I can explain that the landing page basically has 3 sections. First is header, second one is this hero section, and third one is this this logos part. So the first one, this is the header, pretty simple. The position is absolute, and the flex these items are flex between. So if you see flex, item center, and justify between, and some we have defined some width. And first we have the logo link, and it is pointing towards the home page. And the second we have this button. So button is this button. If it is we are logged in, then it will redirect us to the dashboard. Otherwise we will be onto the home page, onto the auth page. If I go to the get started page, I am in the dashboard page. And same for the now we have this hero section. For you can ignore this this absolute stuff, because this is for this if you see the here we have this beautiful gradient. So this absolute is for that, right? But for other stuff it is this centered. We have some maximum width defined, and we are giving the margin auto in order to center that. And then we have paddings, different paddings for different screens. And then we have h1, p, and link is for same link. If it is logged in, then go to the dashboard, and otherwise to auth. And then we have the logos section. Logos are pretty simple. There is background, and also in order to center stuff, we have these two properties, maximum width and some margin. And then we have the for logos we have the grid columns. On each screen we have the 6. Then for LG we have 5, and that whole stuff. For on LG it is taking 1 column, while it is taking 2, otherwise it is taking 2 column. And this is how it will look like. Now the last step is integration of Crisp. It's that simple. First step will be for Crisp. The first step will be the obviously the installation of that. For that, for Crisp, obviously let's go to their website and we can check that how we can integrate that Crisp. Crisp. Let's simple open Crisp. Let's go to the crisp.chat and let's go to the dashboard. For that we have to obviously I have this account linked with my email, but I can create another one. So now let's go to the don't have account and let's enter my details here. Hafiz Javed, and email, let's enter my let's stress strong password. Why it is not suggesting? Yeah, let's copy that. I think they have mistake here. They are suggesting me in my email hafizjd stuff @gmail.com. This one, this one, the one with I'm logged in. This one, hafizjd, yeah, hafizjd stuff @this one. But obviously you have to use your own. So now let's continue. I can no thanks, don't have to update the I can enter my regex, and here you can enter any URL dummy.com. So it's no matter what's this thing. See, here we can define the different styles. The blue one, this is how our chat will look like. This one, but I will use this black one. And let's continue. And for that, this is the most important stuff. So keep in mind this, we need this this ID. This is very important for us. So now let's copy that and let's come to the code part, and here I have to define the plugin. In plugins I can create another plugin, which is, so in plugins I can come here, I can say crisp dot client dot js. Why dot client? So this plugin should only be run on the client side, not on the server side. Why? Let's search one thing here. Integrate Crisp in Nuxt. How to install Crisp live chat on Nuxt.js? I can come there, here, and see we have this. We are done with all of these steps. Now we need this thing, and it is saying we have to create this these plugins. But as it's for the Nuxt 2, so that's why we have to update some code. So, and why did this client? Because we are using this Windows stuff. So for Windows don't have access to server, so that's why it is important to add this client prefix in the for plugin. So now let's do that. I can say export default Nuxt define Nuxt plugin, and here I can say arrow function, and then I can say let's copy that stuff from here, this whole stuff, and let's paste that here. Let's save that, and now we have to replace this ID with our own, and I can copy that again and let's paste that. Let's paste that and let's save, see the stuff. Hopefully it will work. See, we have that. It took some time, because it was the first time, so that's why. If I enter message, I need help. So if I go to my dashboard, discovered my dashboard, I will get that error. I will get that message. See, I need help. I can respond that from here. I can say, what kind of help? See, we have the notification as well. What kind of help? I can again. So that's it. So we have completed the our own SaaS product using the Nuxt 3. So hopefully you guys learned something new, and please let me know if you faced any issues. I will try to help you to fix that. And please guys, like, share and subscribe, because it was very hard work for me, and I spent a lot of time. Almost I spent 1.5 months on this this whole project, in developing, in recording, and in this whole stuff, because it was the first time I was doing that bigger project. So please, I am open to feedback. If there is any negative feedback, I will be happy to accept that. Please let me know where I can improve my stuff. And otherwise, please like, share and subscribe, and let me know what you want next for the big project. So till next video, bye bye.